Good morning, everyone. We'll start in a minute. So, yesterday we had started discussing our next concept, that is globalization, wherein we had discussed what does globalization mean, what is this interconnectedness in the world, and whether globalization is a modern process or not. Post that, we had to start with basic features and basic understanding of globalization. Another thing is that when we talk about globalization, this is something you would have read in your economy lectures. Also, what we need to do here is that rather than uh, focusing solely on economic aspects, we'll look into the impact of globalization on our society. So, yes, we are going to cover economic aspects of globalization here, but it'll be more focused towards how is it going to uh, affect various sections of our society and various institutions. So, starting with basics, we talk about globalization. It is a process, and again, when I say process, it is an ongoing process. There's something this is which is going on happening, as we have discussed, that we see globalization happening in the ancient past as well. Yes, the speed was not this much, the spread was not this much, but it has been happening like a process. So it is an ongoing process of interaction, integration, and interdependence. Let's look at these keywords. When we talk about interaction, just think about people to people or government to government contacts across the globe. Now, each and every government, more or less every government, has contacts with outside world, with other countries of the globe. Also, in terms of interaction, it is interaction of various economies, it is interaction of various cultures, societies, people, etc. Then, if we talk about integration, think in terms of selling a product anywhere across the globe. You can manufacture something here in India, but sell it anywhere that you want, which shows there is an integration of economy. Also, if we talk about integration, we can talk about integration of our society. That something happens in the US, we start having protests here as well. Something happens in Russia, it impacts us here as well. So, integration basically of people, companies, governments. So, when we say people, it covers cultural and social aspects as well. So, we have to see globalization as an economic, political, and social process, as we have discussed yesterday. And when we talk about interdependence, you can talk in terms of getting a raw material from one country. Say, talk about Apple. They get their raw material from somewhere, they get it manufactured elsewhere, they sell it across the globe. If they want to have service centers, they'll set it up in India. And similarly, you have examples of companies which are performing various functions in various countries. And it is not just about that. Interdependence in terms of our politics. So we are also dependent on various countries. You talk about various groupings. You talk about any regional grouping for that matter. So there is interaction, integration, and interdependence among people that you can see. Where you can talk about mass media for that matter. If you talk about, you can talk about companies and governments as well. So yesterday, as we were discussing, that we see that various governments interact with each other, various governments interact with the international order or international organizations, then various companies interact amongst each other. Then when we look at globalization, you always remember that primarily the process had started as an economic process. The reason is there was, if we talk about anyone who has traveled all the way, say, to India, so the primary reason was economic activity. If not for money, if not for economic activities, people would not have migrated. Then, if we look at the first wave of globalization, as we can put it, you see that it was generally because of climate. It was generally because of harsh climatic conditions that people started moving from one place to another. So, one is security, and the other aspect is economy. And it is post these the spread of people, this say people reaching other parts of the globe, this is post this that social changes started happening. So you understand this, that at the heart of it is economic factors. Then the spread of globalization was possible, the speed at which we see it today, it was possible only because of pure science and technology, only because of better communication techniques, better ways to transport our goods from one place to another, or our people from one place to another. Then we talk about market liberalization. We'll come to market liberalization. So when we understand market liberalization, privatization, we have to understand that these are basic elements of globalization. Also, they get impacted or they come as a consequence of globalization, which will come to in the next slide. Before that, talk about international trade and investment. As we say that it is primarily because of these economic activities that globalization is happening. So we see now companies invest in other countries, companies invest in other companies. So talk about Indian startups which are funded primarily by companies from other parts of the world. Then investment, it is not just investment by companies or governments, it is investment by people as well. You can invest in stock market, you can invest in shares of a company sitting here in India. The company might be based in Europe, but you can invest sitting here. And also you see that if we talk about industrial society, it was mostly because of production, it was mostly production which contributed the most to the GDP of countries. But now we see increasingly it is your service sector that is contributing. And with respect to service sector, you can talk about trade, you can talk about outsourcing. Now trade is basically in goods, and you can relate it to industrial societies as well. But what we are saying is the volume of trade has been outgrown by the volume of services that are being transacted across the globe. So this process has been aided by information technology. Now you can invest in any company with a click on your mouse. Any company, for that matter, can set up their organization, can set up their production units or service sector units anywhere in the world with basic simple processes. Now, when we talk about liberalization, we'll talk about simplifying these processes, simplifying these taxes, bringing down these taxes. If we talk about deterritorialization, it means that yesterday when we were talking about borderless world, you see that now your territories or your borders do not matter so much. Because of information technology, you see that you can do anything sitting in any part of the world. Any part, irrespective of their borders with their neighbors, get impacted. Something happens in the US, because that's where we started. Something happens in the US, India gets impacted. So the border and the distance, territory in the terms of border and the distance they both have become insignificant. They do not matter so much now. Then if you talk about speed, now the speed has been increasing multifolds. We see that the process was slow. If you had to transport one good from this part of the world to another part of the world, it would take days and months altogether. But now you have, say, your flights that are being used for freight, that are being used to carry people. Then you talk about migration of people. If someone had to migrate from India to UK, it again used to take months. Now you can be there within 10 to 12 hours. So the speed has been increased, but again, everything is owed to the growth of information technology and rapid communications. Now, this process is ongoing because we see that the spread and the depth of globalization is increasing. Think about 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Just think about whether something happening in the US used to impact the society so much or not. Because, yes, the economic activities would impact everyone, because it was 2008 Lehman Brothers crisis, because of which everyone got impacted across the globe. But now, if you see that on a social level, if there is a movement going on, there are protests going on in Manipur, for instance, there is some bill that is being passed here. These get discussed, these get debated there in the US as well. So the speed of this process, the spread of this process, the impact of this process has been increasing. Now, this is a multifaceted process. Now, we cannot think just about globalization just as an economic process. It impacts each and every aspect of your life. The moment we say that we are having a discussion here, we are having this live class here, this can also be related directly to the impacts of globalization, because it's not necessary that most of the technologies that we are using today are here born in India. There is a possibility that the apparatus that we are using, the apparatus that you are using, might be created or manufactured elsewhere. So I'm giving example of celebration of Halloween, celebration of Valentine's Day. Similarly, you can talk about yoga getting popularized there in the West. So you have various examples for that matter. Now, these various facets or these various attributes get exchanged. Just think about our social system or think about our society at large. You see that our institutions are changing. Our institutions are interchanging attributes with other countries. So when we were talking about joint family and breaking up of joint family, nuclear families, we say that nuclear families are primarily a Western phenomena. And we see that our joint families interchanging attributes with the West are changing. Our institution of marriage is undergoing changes. So similarly, you can talk about other aspects as well. Our technologies get interchanged. We see we import a lot of defense equipment from outside. We use a lot of technologies from there. Not just that, if we talk in terms of our people or people from India migrating to different countries, contributing to their economy in the field of, say, IT sector. Also, if we talk about economy, India before 91 was more or less a closed economy. We had, say, protection policies for our local manufacturers. But then we interchanged, or rather, we got influenced with Western ideas of liberalization, capitalism, and we changed our economy. Then political attributes. If you talk about the idea of democracy itself, has been imparted by the West. If you talk about various policies that we see today, we talk about the idea of citizen charter, started by some country and now traveling across the globe. And also what happens is, it is not that it is exactly replicated here. You'll find local changes in that. You'll find regional changes in that. So a country, because you cannot find two countries who have the exact same political ideologies, who follow the exact same processes. You would not find any. You'll find that they have variations, with respect to their society, with respect to their political makeup. Now we have to see the impact of globalization, which is the core part of our understanding. But before that, you just understand that when you look at globalization, understand it as an economic, political, and social process. Do not just think of it as an economic process. Yes, economy was at the heart of it. That's where it started. That was the primary reason. To earn profit was generally the reason that globalization or the forces of globalization started. But again, you can also add it to the curiosity that people had. So there were people who wanted to travel the world, who wanted to know what is there beyond this land. But primarily, it was because of the economic profit that people traveled and globalization started. Now let's look at other few features of globalization. Yes, you'll see that these are predominantly economic in nature, and this is something that we have already dealt with. But we have to understand again in totality. So we are going to take up these various dimensions as well. Now talk about market oriented approach. Just think of India and look at this process of globalization in transition, and you will understand everything. So we see that before 91 we had a lot of policies for protection of our local industries. It was not that easy to import goods here in India. It was not that easy to set up new industries in India. But post 91 reforms that you read in planning, you see that the Indian economy is opening up in the sense now it is open to import, it is open to new industries coming in, it is open to investments from outside. So we see, to liberalize, to make it easier for investment and money to flow across countries is something that is a core feature of globalization. Because without liberalization, you'll find that it is next to impossible to globalize at this scale. Because if you do not allow other companies to set up their industries, set up their plants here, how do you think the flow of money is going to happen? So this liberalization, which basically means easing of laws and opening up of economy. Liberalization can be understood in these terms. Also, if we talk about privatization, we see that before 91, most of our industries were set up by our public sector units. So it was the government who was taking care of business, who was taking care of social security needs of people. Then the role of private players was emphasized. That if these private players come in, they'll help the government with reach. They'll help with government. They'll help the government to take care of people's job opportunities, to kill unemployment, to deal with poverty. So this is how it was understood, that the more private players are there, the more economies will grow. And again, the idea of globalization, the idea of people going and selling their goods can again be thought of in terms of privatization, because we see that public sector does not work on the idea of profit. It is primarily there to take care of social security needs of people. So if we talk about privatization, which is giving a free hand, or yes, it's free hand does not mean that they do not regulate, but yes, private players can enter the domain of business, can enter the domain of economy, and they can own industries, they can own companies. And these are the private companies which ultimately invest and contribute to this trade and investment across the world. Now, along with it, you also have to understand the idea of capitalism. So yes, you have opened up. So say you have first is opened up your economy. Now people, now there can be an easy flow of people. There can be an easy flow of money between countries. Another thing is, yes, you have given private players a free hand, that yes, okay, go about setting up companies, go about setting up industries. go about investing in different companies. But what if government says, yes, you can do all this, but we are the ones who'll decide the prices, who'll decide all the terms. So if you want to sell this product, we'll tell you that what is the ceiling, what is the floor, and basis that only you can sell. We do not care whether you make profit or not. But what if government says, yes, you own industries, you can invest anywhere, various companies from outside can invest in India, and also this will be regulated by the market itself. So yes, we'll be there to see that whether the play is fair or not. But the forces of market, the forces of demand and supply will decide what value your product has. So this market oriented approach, which can be termed as capitalism, because we are not going into the details of these terms, we're not going into the specifics of these terms, because this is something that has already been dealt in your economy lectures. So now you understand. Now globalization says that open up your economies, make the laws to open up industries, set up industries, companies easy. Let there be an easy flow of people. Let there be an easy flow of ideas. Then these companies can be owned by private players, because private players are the ones who will innovate. Private players are the one who will help countries grow, who will help GDP grow, because they run on profit. And then the market ultimately is going to decide what is the value of a particular good, what is the service that we need to provide, etc. So it is all about market oriented approach. So this is how you can understand these various elements of globalization. Apart from these three, there are other elements as well that we'll take up later, because then we'll skip these. Now also you might be thinking that these ideas of liberalization, privatization that we're talking about, they again have a negative impact as well, because of liberalization, your your economic policies have changed, your laws have changed. Now it is very easy to set up an industry here by say an MNC, which is available in various countries. They have a lot of resources, they can sustain losses for years altogether. Now you have made it easier for them. Now you are not protecting your local industries. So in turn, what happens to the local industry? Yes, there is a lot of investment that comes in. Yes, they employ a lot of people. But what happens to the local industries? So these are all the dimensions that we are going to look into. And again, why am I giving you this glimpse? The idea is, whenever you see any impact, it is again going to be always positive and negative both. So we do not have to primarily understand globalization as a positive force which has made great or significant changes. We have to understand it as something which has a negative dimension as well. And if you look at the questions, the questions asked previously have been, for example, what is the impact of globalization on women? And they have asked for both positive and negative impacts. For instance, they have asked about the impact of globalization on elderly. Similarly, questions can be asked wherein they want to know what has been the impact of globalization on various social institutions, because impact of globalization on diversity in India has been asked. Then talk about various social institutions that we have read. For instance, talk about caste system, talk about marriage as an institution, talk about family as an institution. There have been changes because of globalization. So when we look at impact of globalization, we have to see that various institutions, various sections of the society get covered. Now let's start with features of globalization. So as we have understood, globalization talks about market oriented approach. The more government regulates any economy, the difficult it becomes to earn profit. So this market oriented approach is something that gives everyone a fair play, because ultimately if government regulates, they can have their own terms. But if market regulates, everyone gets a free hand, everyone gets a fair play, at least on paper, at least ideally. Yes, there are problems with that we'll discuss. Then internationalization of economic activities. Take the same example of Apple, or the example of Nike, or the example of various industries which have been set up in India. You'll find that a company based in Japan opens up a manufacturing unit in India, sells that product across the globe. What is that? Internationalization of economic activities. How? Because various economic activities, for example, planning, for example, manufacturing, then providing service to the customers, it is spread across the globe in various countries. What is that? Internationalization of economic activities. Then world trade, as we have already discussed, we see that primarily in industrial times, because now we are there has been a definite shift towards post industrial economy. So in industrial economy, we see that it is the output, or it is the output of production, which was the maximum. Then slowly, more and more of these products started getting traded. And ultimately, the world trade outgrown, had outgrown this world output, or total output, total industrial output. But now we see that your international capital flows, you can think of these in terms of investments, have grown even faster than international trade. So production, first thing, the idea was output, because before that it was agrarian economy with a little bit of trade here and there, but it was primarily agrarian economy. Then there was a shift of the global economy towards industrial output. This industrial output, initially it was absorbed in the country itself. Say, think about textiles, which were, say, created in Britain. Now they will first sell it in Britain. Once they started having a surplus, they started selling it to the outside world. And that's how you see that colonialism happened, that they wanted market for their products. So with that, you see that the trade grows, that people are selling things more than the world output. And then ultimately it has shifted more towards international capital flows, wherein people, wherein companies, wherein governments invest in different countries, invest in government securities of other countries, invest in shares of another company. Then opening up of national economies, as you have understood that it is easier now to set up industry here, it is easier now to set up a BPO here. And also, not just, this is not just incoming, outgoing as well. Now it is easier to export. You not have those compulsory licensing policies anymore. Then close integration of national economies, as we have seen about in terms of market, the integration of the markets. Then if you talk about say integration in terms of investment, that countries invest in each other, companies set up processes in different countries. So this shows what your integration of national economies. And I hope you are able to understand this easily, because now all the aspects have already been told. Now greater volume of exchanges of goods and services. Now goods and services more and more get exchanged between countries. Now it's not just that you are relying completely on your local products, and we see it is more of, at least in urban areas, it is more of international products that sell in the market. You talk about, say, plastic goods, it is mostly the Chinese manufactured goods that are available in our market, and not just India, elsewhere as well. And do not worry, we'll come to the negative aspects of it when we talk about economic impact. Right now, we are talking primarily from the point of view of features. Then development of ICT, that is information and communication technology, has reduced the geographical distance significantly. Now within hours you can reach Dubai from India. Within hours you can reach between places in India, because otherwise, if you talk about North India and South India, there has been a considerable gap in terms of distance. It used to take a lot of time previously, but now you have 2.5 hour flights. So it is not just internationally, otherwise as well. In general, the distance has become insignificant, because it'll take you this roughly the same amount of time in traveling from Delhi to Bangalore and Delhi to Dubai. That means the distance has become insignificant, and the borders have also become insignificant in the terms of, say, visa on arrival, in terms of e-visa, and not just visa. Otherwise, as well, you see that it is countries now accept migration more and more. Migration not just for the sake of work, but migration for tourism, for instance. Then this increased incidences of migrating for work globally. People initially used to migrate inside the country internally, that they migrated from rural to urban areas. Now you see that there has been a lot of international migration as well. More and more people go abroad to work, to study. You can think of countries like Australia, Canada, US, where most of the Indian students go and take up studies there. Then your global organizations, take example of World Trade Organization, they have become very say strong, in the sense that they are the ones who make international laws. Just think about this. Before this before this spread of globalization that we see at this level today, we see that it was your national economies and national governments who will make laws, because ultimately the entire trade, entire production, everything was happening generally inside the country. Now, with more and more countries opening up, inviting other countries to invest in your country, investing in other countries, investing in other companies, we see that there was a need of some organization who can regulate this, because it is not, say, coming up in isolation. There are reasons for these organizations getting stronger over time. So you need someone, because you cannot ultimately, say, trade with US and rely on US to regulate the market, because ultimately the market will be biased towards US. So needed some independent global organizations, and that's how these started becoming stronger. And now you see that most of your policies are influenced by these organizations. Think about your farm subsidies, right? You know that in WTO that debate is going on. So these organizations have become very powerful. So your WTO, you can talk about IMF, because as you read in planning, if we talk about LPG reforms in India in 91, it was IMF and WTO who had pushed this agenda. And now also, again, here also you can see negative side of it, just a glimpse of it, that even though we say that we need these independent global organizations, international organizations who can regulate trade, etc., and various other aspects of our life, but again we see the countries, the developed countries who invest mostly in these organizations, are the ones who actually run, indirectly run their business, are the ones who are the decision makers. They talk about the impact on environment. Now, with setting up of industries everywhere, and also these MNCs, think about the idea of MNCs, multinational corporations. We see that the spread of multinational companies, and multinational companies are basically the companies who have operations, who have their business set up in more than one country, who sell their products also in more than one country, because at least they have to have an office in more than one country. So these multinational organizations, with their resources, they see they enter each and every country. Now what happens is that these MNCs generate a lot of employment. These MNCs invest a lot of money in the country. These MNCs help you balance your trade deficit. Now what happens is, they say that, take example of India. An MNC wants to come and set up their manufacturing unit here. India would definitely want that. India would want foreign dollars coming in. And these MNCs would say that, okay, yes, I'll come set up, I'll generate employment for you, I'll contribute to your GDP, I'll, in terms of taxes as well, I'll contribute to the government. But I would want a little of, say, I want a few norms in my favor. Think about, say, norms related to environment. And this is something you find that these MNCs, which influence various national governments with respect to various laws, be it environmental laws, be it economic laws, this is something of a problem, because one, it is playing with the state sovereignty, it is playing with the independence of the state, because now it is not the state, it is not the government who's taking independent decisions. They are again relying on these companies. So the global impact on environment can be seen in terms of say flouting various environmental laws. Also, one aspect is this negative aspect, because these companies influencing and ultimately having a negative impact on environment. But also you can look at the positive side of it, that various countries and various international organizations now collaborate more and more on issues related to environment. You can give examples from your conference of party, you can give example of carbon credit. So we see that environment has been impacted negatively. Ultimately climate change is because of this unsustainable use of resources, and which is mostly taken up by this unsustainable use is generally done by these big companies, these big manufacturing industries. But they also have a positive impact. Various countries collaborating with each other. Think about your river water treatment plants. Now your Lafarge group, which is the one of the biggest cement groups in the world, they have a project called Geocycle, which is working on these environmental aspects, which is working on the cleaning of rivers in India. So they are collaborating more and more. Then various elements of globalization, out of which we have already talked about: privatization, capitalism, liberalization, wherein privatization is letting private players own industries and own companies. It is not just the government who will invest in various activities, because in India you see, because of your 5-year planning, your various phases of planning, you see that it was government who was investing in pretty much every sector. It was government to only to whom those sectors were open. No private players could have invested there. But now we see that even in the matters of say importance, wherein generally it is thought that it's better that only government invests in those. Think about defense equipments, think about your national security aspects. So a lot of private players are entering that domain as well, because even if you talk about US, they not just say manufacturing defense equipment, deploying forces is also being taken up by private players. There are private contractors who send their forces on ground for the US to fight there. So which is a serious thing, because you see that defense and security primarily is uh, being taken care of by the state, but there this is also outsourced to private players. So this extent of privatization. Then in terms of capitalism, you can talk about market oriented approach. It is now the market, the norms of the market, that will decide the value of a product, etc. Then liberalization is opening up of economies, and you'll find a repetition of a lot of these words again and again, because that's how the entire process of globalization is integrated. Then you talk about industrialization. Industrialization is basically setting up of industries. Now it need not necessarily be urban areas. These industries are set up on the basis of various advantages they have in a particular place. So for instance, an industry relying on raw material of say cotton, for that matter, they'll set up their plant, they'll set up their industry in vicinity of that. If there is an industry who wants to sell it to say outside, or who wants to export the product, they would better set up around coastal areas, around ports. Then if we talk about industrialization and see globalization, and all these elements have impact and consequence. For instance, privatization is one of the essential feature without which globalization would not have been possible. But this is globalization, because of which the extent of privatization is increasing as well. This is globalization, because of which the extent of liberalization is increasing as well. So these elements have to be understood from both the dimensions. So one, they have an impact on globalization, and in turn, globalization impacts them. So if we talk about industrialization, we see that there has been a growth in industrialization because of globalization, because more and more companies from across the world, they come and set up their industries here. But also there has been a process of deindustrialization that also we'll discuss. I'm just giving you a cue so that you think about these things. There has been a process of deindustrialization as well. In terms of your British colonial economy, we say that the British deindustrialized India. Similarly, we see that because of these bigger companies, because of these multinational companies, your local industries, your cottage industry, your small scale industries are dying, and they run out of business very quickly. Then if we talk about international relations, international maintaining international relations between countries is important for globalization, because that's how you interact. So maintaining international relations with countries which previously had not even existed on a country's map. So India, for example, increasingly getting say in international relations with faraway countries, with African countries, which was not done previously. And these international relations are the ones who will decide which countries to grow. For instance, take example of India and Pakistan. So we find that every country has their ideological tilt towards one or the other. And you see that with changing times, these international relations evolve as well. So there were times when India was more reliant on the on the USSR and then later Russia for their needs. Then slowly, with shift in the balance of power in international politics, we see that India has also tilted a little towards the United States. So these international relations, one, are important to maintain between two countries and between, say, the world as a whole. And these international relations are again managed by your international organizations as well. And also, you see that these international relations are one important to maintain between countries, because you can think about if you want to invest in some other country, then if your governments do not have a relation, if your governments do not have a channel, you would see that the chances are that you would not be able to invest there, because you have to clear the terms. How else do you clear the terms of investment, etc.? Then another thing is, these international relations are dynamic and continuously evolving. They keep changing with times. So rather than getting into the international politics domain, you have to understand that these international relations are important and keep changing, and that would do. Then if we talk about reasons behind the spread of globalization, the first thing I said was that it is economic activity, it is economic profit, it is money which drives the growth, or the drives the push towards globalization. Because if these companies do not want to earn profit, they would not go all the way, say they would not come all the way to India to invest if not for profit. So at the heart of it, it is economic opportunities. Previously, it was more of trade, and now it is more of investment. Trade in the sense you talk about, say, British India Company, British East India Company, and the later phase. Say it was more about trade, trading goods and services from one, trading goods primarily from one part of the world to another. Then later it came down to investment as well, and now we see that it is the investments, it is the capital flows across the globe that matter so much. Then without technological advancement, it would not have been possible. The spread and the speed of globalization would not have been possible, as already discussed. So these are two primary reasons behind spread of globalization. Apart from this, you see that there are other activities as well which impact. For instance, talk about terrorism. So post 9/11, in the states, you see that more and more countries started collaborating with each other on terrorism. They joined this fight against terrorism on a global level. Similarly, you can talk about the fight against climate change that is going on right now. So collaboration and cooperation of various countries on a global level for tackling terrorism and environmental issues. Also, if we talk about various say economic events, and generally it is rather than events, you can talk about downturns. Talk about the 2008 crisis, how the entire world, how all the countries came together to fight the challenges because of the crisis. Think about other crises. So for instance, uh, in Greece, the economy was going down, and you saw that the levels of inflation, etc., how it was going. So to help with that, to cooperate with that, countries coming together, this is also a reason behind the spread of globalization. And also in terms of other disasters, you can see that various countries, etc., open up, come close. So climate change has been covered with your environmental issues. So another thing is you can talk about COVID-19, that in the fight against COVID-19, in the race to create a vaccine, people, the entire globe came together. The World Health Organization, United States, India, Russia, everyone came together to join this fight against COVID. And it was initially for the medical side of it, for the health aspect of it. But now you see that countries are coming together. Now there are new free trade agreements being talked about for the to come out of the global slump that is going on in the post COVID era. You see that the economies are going down. So these are considered to be the reasons behind the spread of globalization. Now, now what we are going to do is, we have understood the features, we have understood how globalization happens. We do not have to primarily look at globalization as an economic process. We have to understand it as political, social, and economic process, which impacts your environment, which impacts your economies. Then we looked into the key features and elements of globalization. Now we are moving towards the impact of globalization, that how is it that globalization impacts various sections of the society, how is it that globalization impacts our economy, how is it that globalization impacts our social institutions, and everything is going to be in context of India. But before that, what we are going to do is, we are going to analyze the levels of impact that happen when two societies, and this is primarily in terms of society or social forces, socio-cultural forces. So when two socio-cultural forces interact, what can happen? What does that mean? To simplify, because of these forces of globalization, for instance, how the society will behave. Are they going to go against the impact? Think about the language English. Just take example of English. Now, with increasing, say, importance and significance towards English, you see there is one section of the society which has accepted it wholeheartedly. That yes, we can speak in our regional language and English as well. So English and Hindi coexisting. Similarly, there can be another section who would say that for the sake of English, I would not mind leaving my own language, I would not mind forgetting my own language. So the way English is being used in urban areas, in a few cities, you see that people do not have a lot of understanding of their local traditions and their regional languages particularly. So one can be acceptance and coexistence, that yes, we keep our cultural traits and we accept you as well. So that is what acceptance and coexistence. And I've yesterday I had given this example of Bangalore, the accepting nature of that city, that a lot of people, like most of the people there in Bangalore who are born and brought up in Bangalore, in the past say 15-20 years, they speak close to 5 languages, approximately 5 languages: Hindi, English, Kannada, Tamil, and Telugu. And what is that? They have not forgotten their Kannada. They have kept Kannada as their, say, primary mode of communication, but they also accept other languages, influence of other languages on them. Then you talk about complete submission. Complete submission is, so coexistence or acceptance in terms of use of regional. I'm just giving an example because you can think in terms of other traditions, as well. So regional language plus English. Then if we talk about complete submission, forgetting your regional language and relying only on the foreign language of English. What is that? Complete submission, that we have completely submitted to this force of globalization, to this force of English. Then there can be a backlash against something. That with you see that backlash against, for instance, westernization, in terms of the one that you have you had mentioned, that is the the impact or the uh, backlash against Halloween, celebrating Halloween, the backlash against celebrating Valentine's Day. On Valentine's Day, you would have seen that there are certain sections, social groups, say Bajrang Dal, who would not let people celebrate that. Why? Because they say that these Western forces, these forces of westernization, are making us forget our culture, are making us are taking us away from our own culture. So coming up in backlash against those. So in this idea, rejecting English altogether and focusing primarily on your regional language. Then there can be another thing. Now, three ways. One is accepting a social change. Another thing is getting overwhelmed by this social change, that forgetting our thing and accepting that change completely. Then there can be a backlash against that change, that this social change is happening and we completely reject it. We do not want our society to suffer because of this change. And then finally, there is amalgamation. Amalgamation is a mixing of both in very, very simpler terms. So we have influence of English on us. We speak now what? English. So we have mixed Hindi, that is our regional language, and English, and have started using English. What is this? Amalgamation of different cultures. Think about Urdu. Think about our various practices. Think about our various practices during marriage. Now you see that increasingly people are cutting cakes during the wedding, which is primarily a Western idea, that they cut cakes. Whereas in India, you'll find that it is generally various other ceremonies. So what is that? So institution of marriage is becoming integrated, is sharing attributes with international events. Then also you can talk about your Indo-Western suits. You can talk about the kind of say suits that we wear in weddings. Then also we can talk about various other cultural aspects, and I hope you are getting this idea. So if we talk in terms of impact, one is accepting an idea, another one is completely rejecting that idea. Then there can be a complete submission to that idea, that we forget our own and accept that completely. And then there finally can be amalgamation. Tandoori pizza or tandoori momos. What is that? Amalgamation. A few traits from other culture and a few traits from our culture, they're getting mixed. And India has been, for that matter, since the very beginning, has always been considered a melting pot, wherein various cultures come, they interact with each other, there is amalgamation, and they create something new. So the various practices, for instance, associated with Muslims in India, you see that they're different from the rest of the world. Why? Because India has worked as a melting pot. So various cultural traits of Islam and of, say, the local Indian society have mixed and created something new. Now, these are levels of impact. Why it was important to understand is because when we talk about impact on society, and particularly this will be used towards the end, when we talk about socio-cultural impact of globalization, this is where this will come handy. This will become helpful in understanding various terms. Now, when we start discussing the impact of globalization on Indian society, now we have to see that we had categorized the Indian society in urban, rural, and tribal. That was one. Then we were talking about various social institutions. Okay, let's do it on a blank sheet. So we talk about impact of globalization on Indian society. We talk about the impact on rural, urban, and tribal society. Then another dimension is we talk about impact of Indian society on various social institutions like caste system. Then you talk about your institution of family and marriage. Then if you remember, there was another salient aspect of Indian society. That is what? Diversity. How is globalization impacting diversity in India? Then also we have to see the impact of globalization on various sections of society. So one is here it is social institutions, which is caste system, family, marriage, diversity. Then we talk about various sections of the society. So various sections, you can classify them on the basis of sex. So talk about women, then age, talk about elderly, talk about children, talk about various vulnerable sections. And in vulnerable sections, generally we study your SCs, STs, LGBTQ community. But also, what we have to do here is we have to talk about the impact on the working class. And what we are going to do is we are going to look at impact of globalization in various dimensions. That is economic impact of globalization, social impact, political impact, environmental impact. This is how we are going to categorize various impacts of globalization. And then what we have to do is we also, out of these out of these dimensions, we also try to look into how globalization has impacted caste system, how it has impacted the institution of family. And what we'll do is we'll start with our exercise wherein I ask you what has been the impact. We'll do that once, and then we'll start with various dimensions, that is economic, social, political, and environmental impact of globalization. And all the other parts are again reasoning based. Can easily reason. Also, what happens is that when we talk about population, we'll cover elderly, then women we are going to cover in greater detail. Caste system, family and marriage, and diversity has already been discussed. So what we'll do first is I'll take your inputs and see what has been the impact of globalization on these various social institutions, so that you understand that what is the logic which has to be applied to every aspect, to other sections as well. So the first thing is that we talk about the impact of globalization on various social institutions. Let's start with the institution of family. And now, again, I'll repeat again, just in case you have forgotten, that when we talk about impacts on family, how do we find out? We look into various features of this institution, and you'll come to what are those features. And then we look at how each and every feature of this particular institution has been impacted, and those impact will be positive and negative. So first thing is, before starting with rise of nuclear families, etc., the first thing is let's talk about various dimensions of family, that whether it can be. So first thing is it can be the size of the family, for instance. Then it can be composition of the family. Then what else? It can be function of the family, right? Is there any other thing with any other dimension with respect to family which has to be covered? Structure and composition go together, so yeah, you can write composition or structure. So one is, do you think is there is any other dimension apart from size, composition, and function of the family which needs to be looked into? Okay. Okay, so let's break it up first, and then I'll ask you, because some of you are writing, say, modernization, which is not a dimension of the family, right? So let's talk about size of the family, composition, and function. Now we had categorized these into various types. What were the functions? It can be a social function, it can be an economic function, it can be a biological function, right? Then if we talk about size, let's start with size first. Now, with globalization has happened industrialization, because you see industrialization as a key element of globalization and again impacting each other. So if we talk about size, because of globalization, your size has is shrinking. So from joint family, we have moved towards nuclear family. One thing that we have moved toward nuclear family. Now, this movement towards nuclear family, can you think about the positives and negatives of it? Because this is something we had discussed yesterday. Can you remember the positives and negatives of nuclear and joint families? Yes, you can. And I hope you can do that. And also, it will come with function of the family. So, okay, let's move ahead. Then we talk about composition of the family. You have various new forms of families coming up, if you remember. Now, can you tell me, give me a few examples of these new forms of families that are coming up? Single parent families, yes. Same sex, co living, etc. Yes, great. So, remember from yesterday. Now, if we talk about these single parent families, don't you think because of these single parent families, those single parents will face a challenge? They'll face a challenge of raising the kid on their own. Also, with single parent families, the child also gets impacted, because one of the primary function of family is socialization of children. So if it is a single parent family and the parent goes to work, then where does the socialization of children happen? One, then it'll be up to your specialized institutions to take care of that socialization. Then another thing is the parent and children bond, they'll also get impacted, because they would not be able to. So there, it can happen in two ways. One is, it is only a family of two, so the single parent is completely focused on this the kid. One is that, which can make the bond very strong. Another thing is, if the parent is also busy in earning, say, a livelihood and taking care of the economic security, it might happen that the child and parent bond is not very strong. So you can talk about various aspects of, say, these marriages, these families. Then we talk about function of family. One is biological function of family. There were two biological functions of family. One is sexual gratification, and the other one was your other one was giving birth to a child, or procreation. So if we think in terms of procreation, the function of procreation of family, or giving childbirth, now you see that the increasing number of families who do not go for a child, who do not go for children. So this function is changing. Also, we see that with globalization, there have been adoptions. Now, we cannot say that adoptions were not there back in the Indian society, because we see that adoptions, rather than doing it on a, say, professional scale, generally the adoptions used to happen within the family. So someone adopting a children from their siblings, for that matter. So this biological function of procreation is changing. Then if we talk about sexual gratification, or sexual dimension of sexual function of the family, we see that now we have co-living ideas of family. So people are living together, your flatmates. You need not have a sexual relationship. So yes, generally the function has not changed completely. Yes, generally one of the function is sexual gratification, but then also you have changes in that. Then we talk about emotional aspect or psychological aspect, psychological function of family, and we see that increasingly it is because of this psychological aspect, it is because of your emotional needs that the institution of family is now associated to. Then if we talk about economic function of the family, now herein what you can do is, one is you split the family into various members. Who can be various members? I hope this is easy because everyone has a family, everyone belongs to a family, and you see that you can split the family in various members. Now, one is you look at each and every member separately, that we are going to, because these are also various sections of our society. Then another thing is coming back to your economic function, that now economic function is being taken care of by both men and women. Also, there is a certain, say, in terms of composition, there is egalitarianism, or rather, the families are more and more egalitarian now. That it is not that the views of the male members of the family or views of the men of the family will prevail. Now they are moving more towards egalitarian families. Then another aspect is social function. Now, social function, from moving from joint to nuclear families, the social function of taking care of your elderly, taking care of your disabled, taking care of your women, taking care of your children is changing with specialized institutions, with increasing role of the state. You can give an example of pensions, right? So this is how you can look into the changes that have happened in family. Now we are not going to get into greater details because this has already been discussed yesterday. So you have to understand, you look at family as an institution, you break it down in various components, and then you look at each and every component in the light of change. And now this change can be looked at from both positive and negative angle, right? So for example, if we talk about biological function of procreation, we are saying the fertility rates are going down. We are saying that this is not the primary function that families are up to now, and because of which we see that the birth rates are going down and the populations across the world are aging. Now you not have to remember it now, you not have to know everything right away. Yes, in the process, when we cover women, there'll be a few aspects related to women which will be covered there. There'll be few aspects related to elderly which will be covered in your chapter on population, and from there you can get those ideas. But what you would have to do is, you would have to come back to your notes here and make additions. Also, might find something new in the newspaper. Those things should also be reflect on your notes. Now, one social institution is family. Then another social institution can be caste. Now, if you want to look into the idea of caste, what can be the various dimensions? But before that, there is one question: how globalization is changing emotional functions of the family. Now, with globalization, you see, industrialization is increasing. I'm just taking one dimension just to make you understand. Industrialization and urbanization is increasing. With this urban lifestyle, individualism is increasing, because now more and more people live alone, people stay away from their families. Now because of this, you find stress, depression, etc., for which you need what? Emotional support. This emotional support, which was being provided by your family previously, now it is not necessarily family which will provide the emotional support. One is the institution of marriage. You can talk about your life partner, because now more and more the marriages are biased towards the idea of emotional support. It is not merely sharing of economic resources anymore. It is again getting more and more towards emotional support. Also, it is not just family now, it can be various other institutions. You have various groupings. So for example, look at the group of elderly, look at those groups. So now we have, even though we have shifted from commune living, but we have various other social groups wherein we can find emotional support. So I hope this is clear now. Yes, so people, also you can see that people are now more connected to others on social media rather than those in family. Now you'll find that it'll be your friend who's sitting, say, 1,000 kilometers away, is the one whom you talk to daily, and it is your parents who are there in the same house that we do not talk to. Okay, so yes, there can be various observations with respect to this. It can be positive, it can be negative. Now the thing is, it can be thought about in terms of marriage as well. And I hope with family you can take up marriage as well, and because it'll be a fairly easy institution to cover. Because again, like family, the functions of marriage have changed. The new dimensions of marriage are also coming up, for instance, same-sex marriage, etc. Then with respect to functions, the functions are also changing, right? So you can, I hope you can take care of this. Then if we talk about caste, if you want to see what kind of changes globalization has made on the caste system, you can take it from our previous chapter, from our first lecture, wherein we talked about various features of the caste system. So if you want to see what kind of changes have been made, you talk about various features and what changes have been brought about. So can you contribute to this discussion? Can you tell me what are the various features of caste system which need to be looked into? What are various features of caste system which need to be looked into talking about this? So yes, one is hierarchy, endogamy, division of labor, social mobility. Social mobility gets covered with hierarchy, even though it's okay. Then you can talk about the overall rigidity of the system. Then various practices, rituals related to this. Then one important aspect is occupation, that also gets covered with division of labor. Great. So these are various aspects of caste system which are undergoing change, and you can, as has been discussed in a lot greater detail yesterday, you can see that these aspects can be covered easily. This is division of labor. So need not write these because these are already there in your previous slides. But yes, you can definitely look at the impact on these features. So yes, we did this discussion on family so that you understand how these various aspects get covered and how you have to proceed. Because again, I'll repeat that you find increasingly number of questions being asked on various dimensions. Rather than asking a general question on globalization, they ask specific questions on various dimensions. So they ask on various sections of the society. So on women, you already have a previous year question. On elderly, you already have a previous year question. Then on diversity, you have a question. Similarly, other aspects of society can also be looked into. Now, going back to other classification of Indian society, you can talk about these aspects as well. So urban will be again covered again in more detail compared to your other aspects, because in rural, if you want to see, just take example of rural for that matter. See, education, we're talking about education, the education will be covered here on changes in the society, because that's where we are going to break it up in dimensions. Rather than doing it everywhere, you can talk about dimensions. And also the institution of family, if we talk about this egalitarianism, because with respect to composition we haven't had a lot of discussion because it was discussed yesterday. You see that this is a result of education, a result of better opportunities for women. This is a result, right? So the education levels of families are changing, absolutely yes. But again, as a result of which you find egalitarianism in families. Now, if we talk about rural society, what are the various dimensions of rural society that can be covered? Sensitization is not a function of caste. Sensitization is a method of social mobility. Sensitization is a change which has happened in the caste system. Then caste-based violence after globalization, again, think in both the terms. One is that the caste system is weakening, as discussed yesterday, that the caste system is weakening. Various aspects of caste system are weakening. But then if we see, there is going to be an opposite impact on this. So because of this weakening caste system, there'll be various identities. There'll be various sections of the society who'll feel that this is an important institution which is withering away, and they'll try to assert their identity more. One. Then in terms of politics, you see that with democracy and democratic decentralization, you find vote bank politics, appeasement politics, because of which also your caste-based violence, etc., gets impacted. And you need not worry about this, as I have already suggested, that we have to see globalization also in terms of relationship with other chapters that I'll also come to, and various other dimensions will be covered in those chapters. You need not worry about it. Right now, what we have to do is we have to create a strong conceptual base, so that no matter what kind of question is asked, you are in a position to answer. Because rather than writing general answers, you should be in a position to write specific answers. Impact on family is done. Okay, so you are suggesting various aspects. Great. So you're talking about one dimension of rural areas, that is family. Then one can be occupation, that is economic aspect. Then what else is there? Means of livelihood or occupation or economic aspect comes together. Then size of the family. So if we talk about family, inside family things come that we have already seen. Then you talk about the political dimension, the politics in rural areas. What else is there? Family size. Okay, it's done. Role of technology or technological changes. Levels of education. Great. Various cultural practices. What else? The dimension of health. Great. Now see, now you know what all dimensions have to be covered, and this is how it has to be covered. Rather than you thinking generally about rural society, that this has changed. Okay, people now use cell phones. Now there are hospitals. Now people can travel from one place to another. You always break it down in dimensions. Great. So cultural practices with respect to occupation, etc. Now, if you look at each dimension one by one, now one is that you have already understood. If we talk about, say, the dimension of health, now you have to again just remember again. That's why we are breaking it up again and again. Even though few of you might feel that now we are simply slowing down, but we have to do it a couple more times. The reason is they'll make it clear. That will make it clear that how to break down any question for that matter. So if we talk about the dimension of health, now one can be you have availability of better healthcare compared to say older times. But also if we talk about health, you'll see that now people from rural areas are also vulnerable to various diseases that are spreading. Take example of COVID. If not for globalization, if not for this interaction between people, if not for this interconnectedness of our society, people would not have gotten impacted on this level, right? So one dimension is getting better opportunities for healthcare, and then another thing is getting vulnerable because of various diseases that previously did not impact. Another dimension that you can think about is the eating habits that are changing. So because of which you have various lifestyle diseases. So with change in lifestyle, with change in eating habits, people even from rural areas are now more vulnerable to health challenges. Then if with respect to health, you can talk about, sorry, I've made it a little clumsy, sanitation. You can talk about sanitation. Now even the rural areas are more clean compared to previously, so it'll lead to less number of diseases prevailing. Also, if we talk about health, in the light of you look at health also in the light of uh, technological advancements in agriculture, technological advancements in general, and technological advancements in particular, agricultural advancements in particular. Talk about pollution, pollution of land, for that matter, pollution of air again. So this is also contributing to this dimension of health. Then the level of awareness that people have, amazing. So everyone, now you see that you have all the points. So the level of awareness in people has increased, has gotten better. Also with globalization and the idea of welfare state, increased role of state, increased role of state for your socio-economic needs. Then you're talking about various practices with respect to that. So you can talk about the conventional medical practices. Now with awareness, you can talk about the awareness related to various government schemes, the awareness, say for instance, with respect to your nutrition, with awareness with respect to, say, maternal health, child health. So all those dimensions get covered together. Great. So accessibility is already done. Then again, with globalization, your expenditure. So I think the chapter on health will be covered right here today. So the expenditure on health has increased, right? With newer facilities coming up, you have new hospitals, you have better facilities, but again, the expenditure on health has increased. Better infrastructure is already done. So I think that the dimension on health, the dimension of health is pretty much clear. So you can look at health from both the perspectives. I hope this is clear now, and this is something that you can understand. Then if we talk about the dimension of education, and please, another thing is that here actually generally how we go about it is, because if a question is asked in paper 1, the chances are less that they'll ask on a particular dimension. But anyways, nevertheless, these dimensions of health and education get covered with your social justice syllabus. So need not worry about whether something will be left out or not. Even if something is left here, because yes, I remember a few of the points are missing here, but these dimensions will be covered with your chapter on health. Similarly, if we talk about education, we can talk about the introduction. Just think primarily in terms of rural areas. You can think about formal education. Previously, if we see in agrarian societies, education was not formal. So shift towards formal education. Now, similarly, secularization of education and also a push towards scientific understanding, right? Also, overall, generally, levels of education have increased. Now, with education, actually, there are various aspects like enrollment ratio, attendance, etc., which has improved. Now, this is something that we will take up on the chapter on education. But with respect to education, you understand that globalization has made changes to education, and in turn, this change in education, the change in various aspects of education, are making an impact on the society. So with increased level of education, women now have a better say in the society. Women feel empowered. Now with better awareness, with better education, we see the technological advancement that is happening. So globalization has improved education, and in turn, education has impacted globalization as well. So education has a positive impact on globalization in terms of increasing spread of your technology. contributing to newer innovations. This is what the impact of education on globalization is. And also you can think of it in negative terms as well. Now less and less of our education is value based. We do not have value based education anymore. Now with this secularization, with this push or move towards scientific approach towards education, we see that we're less and less aware about the various moral cultural values that that prevail. Okay, again you have given an example of online education. Great. So yes, you can talk about education in terms of policy level changes and changes on the ground. Scientific education has already been mentioned. Online education, access to better economic opportunities. Now with role of state, one side is with globalization, prices or expenditure on health has increased. Also with role of state, now the idea of free education is also there, even though it has been there in our constitution. But yes, now you see that with the increasing role of state, it is improving. Also the idea of socializing our children, etc., will can also be covered here, but that is actually already done in terms of formal education. Okay, great. Yes, so traditional knowledge going down, value based knowledge going down. Great. Pollution is a factor of health because pollution directly impacts health. Think about air pollution, which affects your lung, which affects your respiratory system. So it's a factor of health. Okay. Now then, the spread of technology has increased in the rural society as well, and you can relate it with agriculture also, because in rural areas, what is the primary occupation? Still agriculture. But agriculture is improving with technological advancement. Agriculture is improving with scientific education. Also the role of state in that. On a political level, you can see that now because of democratic decentralization, you can talk about emancipation of various downtrodden castes. And also at the same time, you can talk about vote bank politics. So I hope I need not mention these, because these have already been covered and discussed in the previous sections. Online auction of farm products, e-nam, better fertilizers, then the newer ways of subsidy, for example direct benefit transfer, ease of money transfer. With respect to our economic dimension, you can talk about digitalization of currency that has been discussed. Right, reach of electricity has contributed a lot to agriculture, in the sense that now you can have water supply throughout the day if there is this availability of your irrigation facilities. The new non-farming activities coming up, that means processing industry, food processing industry. Now think about, let's take up agriculture, and I think this is a good exercise for you, for that matter, because this is how you'll be able to understand. Let's talk about agriculture specifically. Think about agriculture. Now the points that you have already given is, say, the idea of online selling or online auction of crops. Then you have talked about fertilizers, etc. Then you have talked about various technological advancements with respect to agriculture. Post this, the idea of new farming technologies, methods. Right. Now also talk about the new methods. You can talk about genetic cropping, etc., etc. Now you can talk about availability of credit. Don't you think that impacts? Now when we are looking at agriculture, agriculture also has dimensions. Agriculture has an economic factor in terms of credit, in terms of say electricity, availability of electricity, then also in terms of selling your crops, in terms of contractual agriculture, in terms of entry of MNCs. Don't you think they'll impact? Then talk about food processing industry. The integration of market. Now you find one product being sold across the globe. Then you can talk about, just remember something from your geography. Remember something from geography. Think about GI tags, right? Online mandi is done. Then again, impact of globalization on climate and impact of climate on agriculture, impact of climate change on agriculture. Great. So now you are able to think. So you can think about political ideas, you can think about policies, various subsidies, etc. Right? You can think about agriculture, think about environment in terms of climate change. You can think about various economic policies. You can think about various components of agriculture for that matter. So is it clear now? Is it, are you able to understand? And also the ones who might still be worried about the positives and negatives of it, just look at these things. Just look at these dimensions. Now, if climate change is happening, demand awareness of farmers for that matter. MNCs is multinational corporations. Now, with multinational corporations, farmers have more opportunities to sell, more economic opportunities, but there'll be in turn there'll be impact in the sense that you see that these MNCs will exploit our farmers. So one, newer opportunities, but again exploit our farmers as well. Also, these MNCs impact in this way. Just think like this: that with globalization, levels of education improve. With globalization, people start moving out of rural areas. And with globalization, with people moving out of rural areas, you see agriculture gets impacted in terms of manpower, in terms of productivity. So the productivity at one end is increased with your technological advancement. And at the same time, you see that less and less number of people are now engaged in agriculture. The numbers are getting less. It's not that they are less, but it is getting less. Also, your fertilizers destroy your soil. Your fertilizers increase the production and productivity, but they affect the soil negatively. Great. Okay, GI tags, or you can think in terms of export of our agricultural products, which was previously not possible. And now you see increasingly people sell our products outside. So much so that your Ratagiri or Alfonso mango is not left for consumption in India. You find it very expensive in the market, even though it is produced here, but because of the export. So I hope you can understand these dimensions and the negatives and positives of it. Okay, great. Subsidy, using water pump because of subsidy. Great, great, great. So I hope you have understood this dimension of agriculture as well. Then you can talk about the institution of family, how it is changing, which has already been done. Then if we talk about culture, even the culture of rural areas is having a definite shift towards the global culture. Now it is not that the rural areas are isolated. We cannot think of our rural areas as isolated. Now we see that they also have a sense of connectivity. They also have a sense of interconnectedness with the globalized world. So, okay, this is with respect to rural. Similarly, you can talk about various dimensions in urban areas, and do not worry because a lot of these things will be covered in the lectures ahead. Similar, if we talk about tribals, you can think about how it is making changes to tribals. With globalization, companies coming in, their areas getting deforested, they have to be rehabilitated elsewhere. Now, with the impact of MNCs on government policies, you see that rehabilitation more often than not is not proper. Then also even tribals have better opportunities, economic opportunities in terms of working as industrial labor, etc. I'm not saying better, great, but the thing is compared to their previous traditional role, the traditional role of hunting, gathering, or shifting cultivation for that matter. Now the idea is getting better and better. Just give me a quick thumbs up if you'll be able to take up other dimensions as well. So whatever we have left, diversity will be covered in cultural changes. Great, great, great. Perfect. So it'll be covered, your diversity will be covered here with your socio-cultural changes. And now what we'll do is we'll start looking at these dimensions one by one: economic, socio-cultural, political, and environmental. Now you know how to approach a particular, say, uh, section of the society, how to take up a social institution. Now, if there is something in the examination that you would not have covered here, there might be something, right? There might be something that might not have been covered here. So, will you be in a position to answer or not? Because the purpose of this exercise was primarily this, so that you know how to think for yourself, you know how to structure these things better. So, great. So, impact of globalization on Indian society, on various social groups, then globalization and other chapters, wherein we have to see the impact of globalization on urbanization, on poverty. Yes, MDPI will be covered with poverty. The role of women, how it impacts the role of women, how is it that the role of women is changing in society because of globalization, how impacts the idea of secularism, what happens to the kind of communal conflicts that used to happen, then what happens to the population dynamics. And I hope you are getting a fair idea now, because this is something which will be covered in respective chapters as well. Because if we talk about population and say transition, demographic transition, you see that we look into various factors, how they impact demographic transition. Think about the idea of migration, right? Think about how the sex ratio has been changing with awareness in society and various other technological advancements. Now, these are the various dimensions that we have already mentioned. And what we are going to do now is we are going to take up these dimensions one by one. So let's start with economic dimension. Again, I'll repeat, when you look at these, you think both ways. You think in terms of positive and negative. One, also, you do not keep them in isolation, because ultimately, if your agriculture gets impacted, it will impact your institution of family. If the level of investment is increasing, it'll also have an impact on the society, because they'll create more jobs, it'll change the institution of family, it will change the institution of caste. So do not have to look at these dimensions in, say, watertight compartments. You do not have to keep them. You look at them from a larger perspective, right? So uh, right now what we'll do is we'll stick to these. Yes, a certain to a certain level, these things are covered in sociology optional as well. But now we are focusing more from GS point of view, and we are focusing primarily from Indian society point of view. So we are not going to mention any thinkers, we are not going to get into the greater details of society. We are going to keep it, uh, say, focused on GS, on Indian society. Okay, so economic impact of globalization. Talk about liberalization. We have talked about liberalization as an element of globalization, one. Then liberalization in turn is an impact of globalization, because for globalization to increase, for globalization to spread, for the world to get interconnected, liberalization had to be carried out. So the levels of liberalization have increased in one way, but the other idea is, because of this globalization, we see that a lot of every economy is getting impacted. But over a period of time, economies have realized, or national governments have realized, that this globalization is also having certain negative impacts on us. So liberalization is also affected on the other side, on the negative side. How? Think about Brexit. Think about countries exiting free trade agreements. Think about economies closing again. Think about increasing import duties. And now these have various dimensions. Now, if you talk about liberalization and say decreasing liberalization in a certain way, you see that various dumping policies of a few companies, of a few countries, have also contributed to this. So it is not just the idea of protecting your local consumer, but also the idea of dumping, which ultimately impacts your political structure as well. Because another thing is investment. You think about investment. Now, a country like China, who has a very different economic policy for that matter, the very aggressive economic policy, they invest heavily in countries. They invest heavily in underdeveloped and developing countries, and then they start making changes in their political laws, in their policies as well. So yes, protectionism is increasing, right? Also, if we talk about privatization, now we see that privatization has been increasing with globalization, and with increasing privatization, globalization has been increasing as well. It is very simple, we have discussed. Now private, we need, because we need private players to earn profit. We need private players who would want to earn profit and who would want to innovate for that matter, which contributes directly to our GDP. Now, also, you see that the state has to increase their role with respect to certain sectors. You cannot rely completely on the private sector, and this is a negative side of privatization, or the excessive role of private players that to discuss in economy as well. So we have to see that privatization also is going down in the way that, at least if not in India, but yes, other countries, you see that the state is increasing its role in a few sectors. Then we talk about the growth of MNCs. Now, growth of MNCs is an economic impact of globalization, in the sense that with globalization, with countries opening up, with liberalization, newer MNCs are getting inside the country. With these MNCs, they are impacting all the dimensions for that matter, but let's keep our economic dimensions: agriculture, our local industries, our choice of products and services, the whole idea of demand and supply, because they can, with their resources, change those conditions as well. So we see with globalization, the impact of MNCs is increasing. Now, this growth of MNCs is can also be linked to your political dimension or policies of the government. As I've already given you an example, that to because they are investing in the country, they generally ask countries for a favorable policy framework, and that is the reason they would invest, because otherwise they would say that I'll go invest in some other countries which have better laws. So this growth of MNCs is a result of globalization, in the sense that globalization has improved the infrastructure a lot. Because of globalization, the infrastructure has improved a lot, because now we have newer technologies flowing from abroad. Now we have various companies investing in the same. Now we have governments investing in infrastructure to attract FDIs, to attract investment. So you see that all these dimensions are impacting each other. So then when you look of growth of MNCs, you look at its impact on each and every dimension. So social dimension is, you have number of choices now. Social impact is, the institution of families changing because of MNCs, because people would move from their home, from the rural areas to urban areas for these service sector jobs. Then also, if you see, and I hope you are able to get all this, because these things have been covered, so I need not mention for that matter. So if we talk about the institution of marriage, which is also undergoing change because of MNCs, then the idea of, say, work from home. Now, in industrial units, there's no way sitting at home you can do any work apart from the, say, human resource department. But with increasing number of service sector jobs, and post COVID, you see that the jobs with work from home facilities are on the rise. But because of this work from home, if we talk about this work from home now, I'm not talking about in the COVID lockdown time, but now you see that because of this work from home, yes, a question has also been asked on impact of work from home on family. Okay, so with this work from home, now companies are negotiating the salaries again. They're saying that you get to work from home, you not have to spend on travel, you not have to stay near office, you're free to travel any time of the day. Yes, you have to work, that is fine, but yes, now you have greater sense of freedom. You get to spend time with your family, so they are negotiating the salaries again. So these can be a few ideas related to growth of MNCs. Now, internationalization and digitalization of money. With globalization, you see that various countries have to have transactions among each other. India has to have transaction with the US, the market there. Now, every country has a different currency. So the basic idea was there has to be an international currency in which you can have transactions anywhere. Because previously, if you remember, it was in bullions, it was in, say, metals. But slowly it has moved towards international or international currencies, like your USD, for instance. Also, you see digitalization of money. Digitalization now, with digital medium, you can send money anywhere. A company sitting in the US can invest in India with a click of a button. You can invest in that company through your phone. Also, it relates to cryptocurrency, one, cryptocurrency or various forms of digital currency. Also, digitalization of money also links to these banking services, because one, it is a consequence of globalization, but also if you see that it is an it also impacts globalization, because now the speed can be even more. Now you do not have to carry physical cash or currency. You can just transact digitally, because otherwise previously, say few years ago, if you were to invest in a company there in the US, there had to be a process for that. Then you have to had physical papers, but now you can just do it online. So digitalization of every aspect, UPI transaction. Then along with it comes their negative. With digitalization comes their negative in form of cybercrime. Digital payment system, great. Also, what has happened is de-dollarization, great. Now this is because of digitalization of money, but you see that there's a trend that we cannot be very definite about, that whether there is a, say, decline in the significance of dollar, because you see for the past few months at least, the dollar, the importance, the significance of dollar is again on the rise. With the fall of crypto last year, you see that the trends are changing again. So as an impact of globalization, to make the process of globalization even faster, to invest in countries faster, to invest in companies faster, this idea of digitalization of money. Then globalization of investment, it can be simply understood as your investments are coming from various countries. One, it is again coming from various individuals. So your investment has globalized. Also, globalization of investment in the sense that now you can sitting here, you can invest anywhere. Then if we talk about agriculture, we have seen the economic impact of globalization on agriculture. That is something we have done in detail, but we did it. So the idea to do it there was so that you understand, even if we do not cover all those societies, you see various aspects of those societies get influenced by globalization, which will be covered and you'll be able to relate easily. Then if we talk about poverty, now what happens to poverty? If you look at the spread, if you look at privatization, the idea of capitalism, the idea of globalization, they are primarily linked with a decline in poverty. Because the idea was that if these developing countries, if you go back to 91, we had a financial crisis, and IMF and WTO stepped in, and they were like, if you go with these policies, these open market policies, these market oriented policies, you'll definitely find that the poverty is going to go down. Why? Because your state, your government doesn't have all the money to invest. Now with liberalization of policies, you'll find that there'll be a lot of companies sitting abroad who are ready to invest in your economy. Also, with increasing privatization, you'll see that the infrastructure in which the government is not able to invest, these private players will invest. And initially that happened as well, and they said that it'll increase the number of economic opportunities, it'll help your poor uh, get better facilities. It'll help them getting educated. So this idea of globalization, privatization, and liberalization is going to have an overarching impact on the society. And that's something that we saw as well. We have to give it to globalization and privatization, that we see that a lot of things have changed. Think about the levels of awareness back in the 90s and today. Think about the state of our rural areas. Think about the economic opportunities that they have created. But it is not all this beautiful picture, because this is something that you can relate, because we have all these ideas. Investments come easily. Now your idea, you just need to have an idea, you need to have the skill to implement that idea. Money will come. Money is not a problem. There are investors sitting in the country, outside the country, who are ready to invest in your idea, provided your idea is good. Provided your idea has some strong say is going to have strong influence on the market, and you'll get the money. But again, you see the negatives of it. If you positives you can understand, if you see the negatives of it, various reports indicate that there has been an increasing gap between the rich and the poor. And someone, okay, no one has, but yes, you can talk about Oxfam report, etc. Also, if you see, if you talk about poverty, now poverty is not to be understood merely as earning money, getting salaries, etc. Poverty is also to be understood in multiple dimensions. Yes, the dimension of health has been impacted by globalization, and health being a dimension covered under poverty, because most of you, I think, would have gone through MDPI, that has been in the news for the past couple of days. And this is something important which I think has been covered in your current affairs as well. Now you see that there are multiple dimensions. Now, all those dimensions with respect to poverty get impacted. So, another way to do it is you take up various dimensions with respect to poverty. You take up health, you take up education, you take up income, you take up nutrition. So, you can take up various dimensions with respect to poverty. That these are the dimensions that influence poverty. Hunger, yes, hunger comes with, again, nutrition. So, these are the various dimensions which impact poverty. And on these dimensions, and there are more as well that you can figure out, and on these dimensions you see that globalization has an impact, and all these have pretty much been covered. So yes, we see that, we'll say that the health, which is a factor which directly contributes to poverty, because health is something that is the most important say factor of bringing people below poverty line across the globe. And you'll see the numbers when we discuss these chapters. You'll see the numbers when we discuss chapter on health. Then you see that yes, it has gotten better. You have better facilities available, but you see at the same time that the prices have increased. The number of health disorders has increased. Give example of COVID. The spread of COVID, the level at which COVID spread across the globe would not have been possible if not for this interconnected and globalized world. So yes, there has been an increase in kind of diseases, etc. Now, getting back to poverty, you see that various social dimensions of life get impacted. So we don't have to get into these details. Say if a question is asked on how the levels of poverty, or how the dimension of poverty has been impacted by globalization, so not have to say go on talking about health, etc. You have to see that how this is for your idea, that how poverty gets impacted. A person who's not healthy, the chances are he would not be able to get out of the vicious cycle of poverty. For instance, if the educational levels are not better, how does this job creation help? Because if people are not skilled, they would not be able to get employed. So this idea of employment, the idea of nutrition, etc., directly impact poverty, and that's how you have to approach it. And you see that both the sides can be easily covered. So just give me a quick thumbs up if you feel that yes, poverty is something that will take care of. If poverty is something that will take care of positives and negatives, we shall proceed ahead. Okay, great. So because another thing is that poverty is ultimately going to get covered and therein you'll understand completely what are these things. Sometime due to digitalization of currency, there has been a rise in cybercrimes. Yes, we have already mentioned. Yes, digitalization need not always be positive, and also the negative aspect is that if cybercrimes happen, companies become cautious, right? It slows down the pace. But Ilva is asking that with awareness, the level of skill, a person can get better opportunity. Now, I'll tell you something. When you talk about Manrega, it should not be solely looked at as an opportunity. Just think about this. It is something which talks about uh, the bare minimum that the government can provide. It is about the bare minimum income that can be given to people. And again, Manrega, you find that it's mostly unskilled labor that is required. So Manrega would not. It's better not to make a statement like this. That with better levels of skill, with better levels of awareness, people would go enroll in Manregas. So please, it's better if you not go for make these kind of statements. So Azhar, you are asking about some examples that have not been mentioned. Just I'm not getting it. What examples are you talking about? Okay, so you can talk about various dimensions of poverty, what has happened to poverty, but again, you have to remember if there is a question on particular three, four things, I'll just mention here: poverty, education, health, women, vulnerable, other women and other vulnerable sections. Now, when you find a questions on these, you would see that, and also population. You see that your data also becomes important, because more often than not, to support your argument, because if you say that the gap between the rich and the poor has been increasing, so rather than making a statement and not substantiating, it's better you use some data, you use some examples from current affairs, and back your statement, back your point that you have made. So with respect to these chapters, at least, what you have to do is you have to be very aware with respect to current affairs, and keep mentioning or keep updating your current affairs, keep mentioning examples from current affairs. So what we'll do is let's, because everyone's asking for the same, let's take a small break, and after the break we'll start with the other dimensions or other economic dimensions of impact of globalization. So right now it's, so let's meet at 8:13. Let's take a break and we'll start discussing again. Welcome back. Okay, so we were talking about the economic impact of globalization, and we have looked at a few. Then we talk about the next one, which is the rise of the middle class. Now, if we talk about middle class, because if we see previously in the agrarian economy, either there were very rich uh, land landowners, and then there were poor farmers and landless laborers. Then it shifted towards industrialization. So either there were rich industrialists and poor workers. But with this growth of service sector and industrialization, you see that there's this class which is neither too rich nor too poor, somewhere in the middle, and which is generally associated with industrialization and the growth of service sector. Now, if you see, one, they have increased in number. Now it is estimated that it is somewhere around 30% of the population that is middle class. And also, if you see that they have far reaching impacts on our economy as well. So one is globalization impacting this. Another thing is that with this middle class, globalization is able to leverage the benefits. For instance, you talk about your BPO industry in India. You'll see that majority of the BPOs in India have some calling or non-calling processes, and the companies are generally based in the United States. For the sake of cheap labor and for better services, because Indians, for that matter, are are more technologically sound compared to the ones from the states. Yes, they might have better levels of education, they might have better levels of awareness, but when it comes to technology, they're not as forward as Indians. So they employ a lot of our urban youth in these BPOs. So for them, it is cheap labor. For India, it is more employment. Now, if you talk about other few classes, you talk about the impact on working class. Working class, you relate it directly with industries. If you talk about the working class, one that you'll find is one that you'll find is that now more and more of our jobs are becoming contractual, with government going away from this business sector. You find that the even though we have a law for minimum wage, but which is not generally followed, then you see it is more. If you talk about working class, because of globalization, you see that a lot of industries have come up, a lot of service sector units have come up who have employed people who are in organized labor. But then you see, because of which a lot of your erstwhile companies, local industries have been damaged. The businesses over. Now, where do those people go? It makes them work in the unorganized sector. Then you can talk about their social security. On one side, we see that with new provisions on uh, of your health insurance, etc., you find that yes, a certain section of the society is better off, but that is very small. That number is very small. Because we talk about organized sector, it is very small, and majority of the people are still deprived of basic amenities and job security as well, because there is no job security because of contractual nature of our employment. So that contract can end at any given time. Also, these uh, big industries, big companies who employ people, they generally tend to tweak the laws that the governments make. Then there is one idea of neo-colonialism. Just understand it with colonialism. In colonialism, what happens is one country directly directly controls all the economic aspects of another country, and yes, it is followed by administrative changes as well. So the administration, the economic policies, etc., are taken up by the colonial master. This was the idea of colonialism that was there. India was colonized by Britishers, and they were the ones who were talking about our policies, who were making our policies. They were the ones who were to decide what will be the import duty, what can you export, what can you manufacture, so on and so forth. But now, if you see that now there is no direct, say, colonialism. It's not there in modern society because of the forces of racialization, etc. We find that it is no more permitted in the society to take up things like that. You cannot colonize a country. But what happens is, indirectly you can. What happens is, you push so much money, you invest so much money in that country, that they become dependent on you. As I have given you an example of China, similarly, you can think about those underdeveloped nations which are dependent on various companies, even from India. For example, our telecommunication infrastructure in Africa, for instance, you'll find that they are overtly dependent on us, which leads to neocolonialism, wherein the company or the country is not directly impacting our policies, but indirectly through other means, indirectly through pushing, because they'll say that, okay, we have invested so much, and the moment we take our money back, the entire economy will collapse. So why not? Why don't you make changes according to our will? And which is a form of neocolonialism. And also, in case of China, you can link it with dumping policies as well. What they'll do is, they'll dump their cheaper products in underdeveloped and other developing countries. And in with respect to colonialism, you understand that these colonies were not just places from where you get raw material. These were the colonies where the Britishers found new markets, because for Britishers, India was a market for East India Company, that they can sell their products here. Whatever surplus they have from their industries, they can sell it here in India. So now, the dumping policies, for instance, of China, you find that these big countries, with their economic power, they neo-colonize various countries. So this is the idea of colonialism. Then our cottage industry, or you can say small scale industry, that we have already discussed, which is also on the decline. You see that they are not profitable anymore, because your manufactured goods, your company, your industry manufactured goods, they have much finer quality, they are way cheaper, they are available freely in the market, which makes us tend to buy more from those multinational companies and big industries, and rather than our small scale industries. But also, you'll find that with government's new push towards our local industries and local manufactured goods, you can take example of, say, Khadi India, wherein these products, these articles that were on the decline are being revived. And it can also be understood in terms of cultural diversity, because you see, you have places like, for instance, Delhi Hut in Delhi, wherein you will find that you have a lot of national and state awarded handicraft artists. You have various food stalls from various states, which is a way of, one, acculturation, because this something will read with the cultural changes, and also revivalism, that those cultures that were on the decline, they get revived because of these practices, because of market opening up to them, because of government supporting them, because otherwise they cannot sell their product. Now, Delhi Hut, for instance, is a marketplace wherein you find handicrafts, etc., various, say, paintings in the same place, and those are actually from different states and various cultures. Now, one, these cultures get revived, not just in terms of diversity, not just in terms of their practices, but also in terms of economy, because now they have a market to sell their product. Now they have place to market their products. And also, it leads to acculturation, because people experience different cultures, they adopt different traits from these cultures, and hence become more tolerant of other cultures as well. Also, you'll see these aspects, these ideas with cultural changes. So you can see that cottage industries have been on the decline, and the word that we used was deindustrialization. So yes, globalization has to a certain extent brought about deindustrialization, particularly in terms of our small scale industries. But also, because of this globalization, these industries and these local manufacturers are finding an international market to sell. So these were a few economic impacts of globalization. Now, this is not an exhaustive list. There can be other impacts as well, because times are changing, things are changing. So you'll find new things coming up. And also, when you look at these dimensions, do not just look at these that, okay, this is economic, this is social, because generally they do not tend to ask a question on these. Because one is, they cannot possibly ask a question on complete aspect of globalization in 250 words. That is not a possibility. If they ask an essay, it'll be a very simple essay, so I think they would not. And what they do in paper one is, they ask questions on different sections and different social institutions, because in paper one they would not ask about the economic impact of globalization, because economic impact of globalization can be asked in paper 3. But what they can do is, they can talk about impact on agriculture. They'll take a particular aspect and work on that. Now, when I say social security in terms of the healthcare facilities with that are provided with insurance, job security that is provided. So yes, it is both ways. So yes, you get insured in terms of health, but that is again only a certain section. Majority of the people you'll find in India, that is, they are still not insured. Then again, there is job security, more job security compared to, say, traditional industries, say cottage industries, because there you do not know when the business goes down. But again, there is decreased job security because of contractual nature of work. So if they ask a question, say, they can ask a question on what is the impact on working class. They can ask a question on what is the impact on agriculture. So these are the dimensions that they can generally ask. They would not ask an overall question on, say, economic impacts of globalization. But we have to do it this way so that you understand that everything is linked. Now, neocolonialism has already been discussed, and I just discussed it, the idea of neocolonialism, which is again a form of exploitation, and not just financial, it is again cultural exploitation as well. Now, moving on to political impact, one thing is that we have to understand in terms of ideas how our political ideas get influenced. Then we have our political institutions. How do they undergo change with because of your globalization? And then you have a few practices that also change. So basically, if we talk about political ideas, now there is a exchange of ideas. For example, the idea of universal health coverage. For example, the idea of universal basic income. And if we go a little back, the idea of democracy itself, the idea of liberty, the idea of equality. So all these ideas get exchanged. Now, these ideas can be good or bad depending on what the idea is. Now, the idea of fundamentalism that has been traveling, now it is more of a social idea, but you understand that fundamentalism that is going back to the fundamentals of the religion, which ultimately takes a violent turn, the rise of the right wing across the world in the past decade. If you look at the past decade, you see that it was mostly the right wing governments that were coming up in countries. So, this exchange of political ideas, the rise of right wing, for instance, can be talked about in terms of political impact of globalization, and also basic ideas like universal health coverage. Now, WHO is talking about universal health coverage. Various countries are going behind those sustainable development goals, trying to achieve universal health coverage. So these can also be linked there. Then, if we talk in terms of institutions, one is that your institutions also undergo change. When we talk about, for instance, your the way we make our policies, right? We plan our policies. Now with Niti Aayog, you see that there has been a definite shift in terms of planning, in terms of policy formulation. Then also the deepening of our democracy, which is also dependent, which has also been dependent on globalization, in terms of awareness of people, in terms of right to vote, in terms of electronic voting machine, in terms of being able to go to different terrains and conducting elections there. So this way you can understand that. So you can understand policy making. Then your civil society, you can think in terms of pressure groups, you can think in terms of NGOs, which ultimately are non-governmental, which are outside the government and but influence policies. So the rise of civil society, you can see, to fight against a particular law, to fight against a particular policy. Now more and more digital means are being used. It is not, it is not just say blocking the roads, it is not just putting buses on fire. It has now moved to digital arena as well. So you see the way our movements happen. So they happen, they are hybrid. Not saying that they are completely online. They're hybrid as well. So the Me Too movement, for instance, started online, but it spread across the globe. Then policy making, you can understand policy making, that various policies that are coming up. You take example of universal health coverage itself. Then you take other examples from say the way our economic policies are being formulated, the way if we talk about policy making, if we talk about our economic policy of liberalization itself, they are also, they also came as an influence of globalization. Then in international relations, there has been an increased cooperation in terms of cooperation against terrorism, cooperation between countries for free trade agreements, cooperation between countries for climate change, but also there has been conflict as well, because with expanding market, everyone wants to tap maximum resources. Everyone wants to reach every market, which leads to a conflict between countries. Also, in international arena, you'll see that on the basis of your different ideas. For example, take the idea of Russia and Ukraine conflict. If not for globalization, if not for that interconnectedness, if not for the cooperation between Ukraine and NATO, this would not have happened. So this is not just leading to cooperation, but also conflict as well. And also, whenever there is a conflict, the international community comes together. They try to fight it, but at times you'll find it otherwise as well. Because in, if we talk about Russia Ukraine conflict, yes, we're not saying that the international community is not doing anything, but they are not doing enough. And that is something that you can relate from your current affairs. Then if we talk about public awareness to exercise their right to vote, because if we see in recent years, the voter turnout has been increasing. Then public awareness in terms of what are the aspects, what are the problems that we need to look into. Also, if we talk about the corruption, that is a practice associated with politics, yes, the idea of EVM is already covered. Then if we talk about corruption, the scale of corruption has increased, is different, because now the practice of money laundering, etc., can happen very easily. Now the corruption can also be related to crony capitalism. Crony capitalism, wherein companies, particularly multinational companies, uh, have say with corrupt means, make the government change policies. That is what crony capitalism is. Also, if you look at terrorism, there has been an increase in terrorism, because now various countries are interconnected. Also, it is with relation to assertion of identity as well, assertion of identity by various social groups. So social group might feel that I do not belong to this country. We need more authority. We need more autonomy with respect to how we want to carry out our functions. So this terrorism, this assertion of identity also leads to terrorism. Then terrorism is impacted in the way that because of globalization, various countries contribute to terrorism in another. If we talk about the state-led terrorism of the country of Pakistan, Then also you see that there has been increased cooperation amongst countries with respect to terrorism. So it has also influenced both ways. Yes, so funding of terrorist outfits through cryptocurrency. So it shows an example of how the borders do not matter and how the terrorism has been on rise. Then if we talk about environmental impact of globalization, to understand environmental impact, you can one relate to climate change, which has been fast tracked because of the growth in industries. Also, if you talk about environmental impact, you have to talk about the policies which get influenced. It is about the cooperation on the global level that you get. Cooperation with respect to green energy, ideas that flow or policies that flow. You can talk about uh, carbon rating, the fight against climate change. Then you can also talk about, yes, pollution is covered with climate change. Then you can also talk about the conflicts with respect to climate change. Now, before we start with this, because this is a fairly simple part, can you talk about a conflict? Can you give an example of a conflict with respect to environmental impact uh, of globalization? An example of conflict. Cooperation you are giving, cooperation you are talking about International Solar Alliance. You're talking about the various conference of parties. Yes, developed versus developing world. And with respect to technology, you can talk about e-vehicles, the increased push towards e-vehicles. Carbon border tax, great examples. Carbon emission, solar alliance is already done. So conflicts also, you have examples. Now, if we look at this, because this is the basic way of categorizing it, and you can have, yes, common but differentiated responsibility, yes, and you can just use examples, and this is pretty much the same. You can use examples to explain the same. You can talk about the rise of international organizations with respect to this. You can talk about, say, UNFCCC. Then you can talk about the levels of public awareness which have increased. If we talk about climate change, now it is the buzzword because of your globalization. You see that every country is feeling an impact of climate change, and also with all the discussion, all the public discourse, more and more people are getting aware about this problem of climate change. Then you can talk about the levels of pollution. One is the levels of pollution have been rise, but also as you read in as you read in environment, and on your subject on environment, you see that pollution, for the fight against pollution, various countries are collaborating as well. You take example of, say, cleaning rivers. You take example of ban on plastic, single use plastic ban in India. Now these are ideas which get influenced, which are coming directly from your globalized world. Then you can talk about sustainable development, the idea of sustainable development which is getting a push. The idea of sustainable development which talks about consuming, uh, having sufficient for the generation that we are using, not overusing the resources that we have right now, and keep the resources for coming generations as well. So this idea of sustainable development is also getting impacted. Also with urbanization, you can link it to sustainable development, wherein we'll say that to stop urban areas from getting overcrowded, what we have to do is we have to develop the rural areas as well. So that is also something that you can relate to globalization, relate to better planning and management with respect to our resources. So these are a few impacts of globalization that I believe you can see. Now, why are we not dwelling into those? Because those are not subject matter here. our main subject matter is because those are important to give you a glimpse of how the impact has been multifaceted, how the impact has been both positive and negative. Now, the most important part here that we have to discuss is the socio-cultural impact of globalization. Now, when we talk about socio-cultural impact of globalization, we would have to talk about various institutions that I've mentioned. Then we would have to talk about various sections that we have discussed, maybe a couple. And then we talk about the impact on diversity. And this is something that you have to understand more rather than write. You have to understand more because the way questions can be asked is very different. They are asking indirect questions as well. So we have to see how to go about it. Now, when we talk about Indian society, we have various institutions. When we talk about Indian society, we have various sections of people. Let's take them up one by one. Family, marriage, and caste has been discussed already. That was the initial exercise that we did. UBI is universal basic income, and UHC is universal health coverage. Now let's talk about religion, because religion, another aspect of Indian society. How does religion get impacted because of globalization? So if we talk about globalization, okay, let's see, what do you know about how religion has been impacted because of globalization? So one, we say that there has been dilution of religion, or the significance of religion is going down because of modernization and secularization. Then there has been an increase in diversity with respect to religion, because now you find Islam, Christianity, and other religions available as well, prevalent as well in Indian society. Religion has become more of an individual matter. So someone has written tolerance, and Harika has written tolerance, and being very bureaucratic about it, it's better you write both the aspects of it. What do you seem to say, that whether tolerance is on the rise or is it going down? So let's be bureaucratic when we have to be. So questioning religious beliefs, the idea of secularism, the idea of communalism. Yes, we'll see one by one what happens to each of these dimensions. But whatever you are suggesting, you try to suggest whether secularism is on the rise or it's going down. Because one way of saying is that yes, religion is getting diluted. But when we say secularism, secularism primarily is linked to secularism of the state. Okay, so with respect to tolerance, you have written. And let's see, what do you come up with? What do you feel has happened to tolerance? With respect to religion, we can talk about religious education as well. Great. Okay, so now we see. Now let's take up these issues one by one. Now, if we talk about one, that with modernization and globalization, the significance of religion is on a decline, because previously we see that religion pretty much affected all the aspects of our life, be it our politics, be it our society, be it our economy, because even our economic structure was influenced by religion. That you can see, that you talk about, say, take an example of Brahmins or priests who were not supposed to pay taxes, priests who would get tax-free lands for that matter. Then if we talk about one, that the influence of religion is going down, but at the same time, you see that there has been a backlash against this dilution of religion. Because look at India, we cannot say that the influence of religion has gone down or the significance of religion has gone down, because in the previous years you have seen that how religion is on the rise. More and more people are getting inclined towards these structured and formal religion. Also, we see that the major religious groups are getting stronger, because when we say that yes, diversity has increased with respect to religion, now there are various religions that are present in our country now. But at the same time, you talk about the practices of tribals, you talk about tribal the religious tribals, because they were generally either worshipping nature, either worshipping your five elements, that is air, water, sky, fire. Now what is happening to that diversity? They have been somehow subdued by other major religions. So in the northeast you find prevalence of Christianity. So Christianity's influence, or influence of majority religion on tribal diversity or tribal cultural practices. And at the same time you find majority of our tribal religions getting affected by Hinduism. So which has happened with, because now they are interacting more. It's not because of international say globalization, the economic globalization that we see, but we see it as more because of interaction across the country. Then religion now has more and more become an individual affair, because talk about caste system is coming out of our religious say system or our religion. Now that caste system which is on decline, now the elements of caste system which cannot be practiced in public somehow also lead to making religion a private affair. Now it is more about how do you want to practice your religion. But at the same time, as a backlash to this, even governments are coming up with more regulations with respect to religions, with respect to religious practices. So rather than making it personal, rather than letting it be personal, for example, your say your idea of say whatever food you want to eat. Now, rather than letting it be a personal choice, the governments have made it a public affair, a social affair. So which can be related to the secularism, because secularism is secularism of the state. How biased or how neutral a state is with respect to religion. Also, there have been changes, because if you see but these changes will find particularly in the west. Now in the west, if you see that the idea of secularism is basically the separation of the church and the state, wherein your religious identity or your any socio-cultural identity did not matter to the state. But increasingly now you see that if we talk about say uh, the matter of hijab and burqa in France, for instance, we see that more and more countries, more and more governments are getting influenced by this idea of their idea of secularism is getting influenced with with interaction with other countries, because Indian idea of secularism is different, has always been that like that. It is about equal relationship of state with each and every religion. It is about equal protection of each and every religion by the state. But this idea of secularism is basically changing in the West. Then the if we talk about religious diversity is done, then we talk about rise of one new religion, rise of new cults, the idea of atheism, the idea that I do not believe in God, plus I do not believe in any idea of God, any idea of religion. But also with that, you'll find that at one end we find that we are getting more and more secularized. Our education is secular now, right? You see that there is no religious education that is being provided. It is more secular now. But at the same time, with all these cultural and religious practices diminishing, because our religious practices are also diminishing with globalized culture, we see that there is a backlash against this decreasing significance of religion, wherein we see there is a rise in communalism, because more and more communities and particularly minorities are asserting their identity. So once they start asserting their identity, once they start feeling that or our cultural diversity is going to get lost, conflicts start to happen, and which at times lead to communal conflicts. So this is how you can look at religion in the light of change with respect to globalization, because of the forces of globalization, wherein we see that how globalization is leading to secularization, and at the same time, the reverse of it. The idea of communalism will be discussed in greater detail on your chapter. So I think you have not gone through the syllabus till now. It is the third class and you have not gone through the syllabus. And maybe that is where this question is coming from. Otherwise, you would know that this is going to be discussed. It is part of your syllabus. Now, if we talk about various sections of society, okay, so there is a question that how atheist people drive their morals without religion. Okay, so understand this. Yes, religion is linked to our morality. Religion is something that gives a value system to people, but it is not the only way. Because if you look in the say ancient societies, there was no concept of this formal religion. There's no idea of this formal religion, but still there were values. Because values do, yes, religion influence our values, but they do not necessarily are coming from religion. Because now more and more that we see with scientific advancement, that more and more of our values are based on scientific ideas, are based on rationality rather than religion. So I hope your question is answered. Then if we talk about various sections of Indian society, let's take up elderly first. For instance, if we take up elderly, now one, they are part of that family system that we talked about. Let's see, what do you know about elderly? What are all the dimensions? The first thing that you have to tell is what are the dimensions with respect to elderly that we have to discuss, that we have to say look their impact on. No, not care. Let's first talk about various aspects. So one aspect of their life is health. With health comes mental health and emotional well-being as well. Then another aspect is there, how do they take care of their economic security? Then their status in the society as well, or with respect to family. So family and society go together. Now if we talk about health, now we know that with aging, health becomes a problem, because health deteriorates with time. And also with globalization, one is health will go down, but also with globalization there are new diseases that are coming up and that spread at a faster rate. And elderly, who are one of the most vulnerable sections of the society, become a prey to this. Then you have better uh, healthcare facilities available, because a lot of your diseases that were previously that could not have been cured are now available. Also with respect to awareness regarding health, there has been a betterment. So yes, there is a rise in new diseases. Yes, because of climate change, population pollution, you have respiratory disorders, but again you have new healthcare facilities available as well. And then awareness with regards to your nutrition, awareness what kind of lifestyle changes you have to make once you start aging, because we see that we need to make lifestyle changes when we start aging, because the body does not respond the same way as it does when we are young. So awareness about those changes that have to be brought about. Then if we talk about the economic dimension, now elderly, they would not have any means of livelihood. With globalization, we see that there has been a breakup in families, or the traditional Indian family system of joint families is breaking up, giving rise to nuclear families. And in nuclear families, because of this rise in nuclear families, the economic security of elderly is now more and more relied upon on the state. In idea of, you can take the idea of old age pensions. Also with economic security, you can talk about social security. For example, health that is covered by insurance. Then the function of family of caregiving to their elderly has changed, already talked about. Another thing is that this is ultimately leading to a burden on finances of the state. Not just state. Now, the state that we are talking about, where does its money come from? Its money comes from the working age population. That there is a section of people who works now, that you can roughly take between 19 to 60 years old, because that is the generally considered working age, because that's when people generally start working, and 60 62 is the age when they get retired. So this is the uh, population from where all your revenues, all your taxes come, and this is what is used for expenditure. Now, when I talk about pensions, when I talk about aging population, we can talk about the burden on your working age population as well. Also, similarly, if we talk about better healthcare, we talk about better healthcare, we see that the death rates go down. With respect to elderly, the death rates go down. With increasing awareness, the death rates go down. And the more the death rates go down, the more number of elderly will have in our population as a proportion of our population, and the more will be impact on the working age population. Also, with respect to family and values, you see the values are changing because of this change in family structure. Now, in the joint family, it was generally the eldest male member of the family who had all the authority and who was given utmost respect in the terms of not challenging any decision that he made. Now, you see, with this change in family structure, with a change in social structure, we see that there has been a change in values as well. So we do not respect our elderly now as we used to do previously. So these are few aspects. Then you can talk about the uh, emotional aspect of family, that emotional needs have to be taken care of. Then when you talk about health, you also mention mental health. Now these dimensions with respect to health ultimately will get covered with health, and your elderly will get covered with aging population in the chapter of population. But you see that if you want to look at impact of globalization on our elderly, you can see that you can trace both positive and negative impacts on our elderly. So what you have to do is, again, you remember, always break it into various dimensions, various aspects of their life, rather than starting right away, because this is how you can have maximum number of points. And also, when I mentioned that it's better you take more and more time right now while practicing, while practicing you take more and more time to structure, to conceptualize, so that this becomes the norm, this becomes the way in which you proceed, and which will ultimately lead to decrease in your time of writing answers. So rather than focusing on writing answers at a very high speed right now, it's better to focus on conceptual domain. Then if we talk about children, how can we go about it? You can talk about various aspects of children. Again, you can talk about health, you can talk about education, because this is how any group is related. Then you can talk about uh, labor as well, the rise in the number of child labor that we find. Then with health comes nutrition. Then you can talk about what other dimension? You can talk about values. You can talk about the role of technology. Yes, that is the role of technology. Here we are writing dimensions related to children, that these are the dimensions of children which will get impacted because of globalization, and the role of technology comes with globalization. So here we are not writing role of various forces, we are not writing the factors, we are writing about various dimensions of life of children. So you can follow the same, we have there on the top, you can follow the same aspect and proceed with that. So we see that if we talk about health, similarly, the health has become better, the dimension of health, because you have better healthcare facilities available, you have newer hospitals, better awareness about nutrition, but still you find that your child mortality rate is high. Then again you see that new diseases affect children, but yes, there has been a decline in the older diseases for that matter. Then you talk about lifestyle changes with respect to health, that with change in lifestyle, our eating habits have changed for that matter. The level of physical activity that was there previously has gone down, again a dimension of health, which ultimately leads to laziness and obesity. So the rise in obesity can be linked with this. Then if we talk about education, education has been secularized. If we think about it, the education has been formalized because it is children not just from urban areas but rural as well. So you see that the education has been formalized, secularized. Also you have better opportunities or options available in terms of education. Now education is not just an affair of the state, you have private players in it. Then you can go for online education, you can go study in institutions abroad, because it is not just you'll stay here and study. Then the price of then the cost of education can be talked about. Then when we come to labor, because education and health remain the same, that we have already discussed, then we talk about labor. There can be it can be said that there has been a rise in child labor. You understand this? Now with increasing poverty, with poverty you can relate globalization. With globalization we are saying that poverty is increasing. Now with poverty, you see, with poverty there is one aspect of mindset. So generally you'll see that in poorer families the number of children will be more. The reason is, the more the number of people there are in the family, the more the number of people can go and work, the more the number of people can contribute to the economic security of the family. So poverty is definitely linked with rise in population, and that to childbirth. Now these children have to get engaged in child labor at an early age, so which has a negative impact on their life, on various dimensions of their life. Also you see that child labor has been regulated. There have been changes made with respect to hazardous employment, hazardous occupation, with respect to child labor, which is also coming from globalization, because globalization again is exchange of ideas as well. So you see that uh, understanding that it is a human right, it is for the betterment of society at large, that our children should not work, the less and less of our children should work. So these ideas also get influenced. Then if we talk about values, you can talk about the values of elderly, talk about the value of respect, then talk about different values. So for instance, previously the values that were coming into children because of socialization were primarily traditional and religious in nature. But now the more and more they get socialized in specialized institutions, you see that it has been changing. There has been change and shift in values. So Mithilesh is asking a question: can population not be our strength? Yes, it can be. This will be discussed in your chapter on population. Child welfare, great. Education, free education to children, impact of social media. So when we talk about socialization, as we have discussed previously with functions of family, you see that it is not just the role of family now. It is with respect to your various institutions, specialized institutions like childcare, schools, etc. And then also you have social media, which has a great influence on children these days. Now then when we talk about other sections, say scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, if we talk about these sections, how do you think they'll be impacted? Let's talk about scheduled caste first. What do you think will be the impact on this section of our society? Now, the first thing that we have to do is we have to break it down in various dimensions of their life. So one is economic dimension, then there is social dimension, can be political as well. right? With social comes education. So it is mostly socio-economic, you can take together. So let's take up these aspects one by one. Now, if we talk about political dimension, you see this section of the society was previously powerless. They had no rights whatsoever with respect to our politics. They generally you'll find the kings, because we had kingdoms and monarchies. You'll find that generally most of the kingdoms belong to the so-called upper caste people. So, if we talk about our scheduled caste, with the impact of modernization and globalization, you see that there has been a shift towards egalitarianism with respect to our politics. So, you can talk about the right to vote, you can talk about their representation in politics, you can also talk about the rise of vote bank politics, which at the same time subdues and extends their rights. So reservation can be again related to representation. So in political arena, you see that few changes have been made. Again, if you talk about their social life, you talk about the disintegration of caste system. Now, with disintegration of caste system or the weakening of caste system, what do you find is that there has been a certain sense of empowerment and emancipation of the downtrodden castes. Then, with globalization, you see that they assert their identity, and which in turn at times can lead to communal conflicts. Politically, as you see that politically we say that everyone is equal now, everyone has right to vote, the state does not discriminate, and with this their social status also increases, also gets better. Also, with the idea of rationalization, we see the uh, various traditional ideas, hypocritic ideas are being looked down upon. So there has been rationalization as well. Then again, because of globalization, people move to cities. There is intermingling, which is basically a mixing experience with respect to caste. So people now can go for exogamy as well. People can marry outside their caste. So that idea is also changed. Now, if we talk about the economic dimension, the first thing associated with a scheduled caste is freedom. Absolutely. So freedom, basically, the restrictive occupation that was there previously has been done away with. So now they have freedom of choice. Now they can work in whichever field they want, as long as they have eligibility for the same. Then also, because of their economic and social backwardness, you find this concept of reservation. Also, you see that with globalization, newer economic opportunities have come up. Now they do not just have to rely on the Jajmani system. They can now move to cities and look for better employment. Also, with employment comes various other benefits of social security. Then going back in terms of social, you can talk about the level of education and health, which has improved. So better standard of living. But again, if you look at if you want to look at the other side of it, you can talk about, even though they have freedom to take up any occupation that they want, but because of their historical deprivation, they find it increasingly difficult. And this is something that I've shown you with that interrelation, that graph with interrelation between caste and class. So the caste generally is directly proportional to the class that you are coming from. So these are various dimensions that you can see. So I hope now you will be able to go with similar exercises with respect to any other section of the society. So if when we say disabled, I think disabled or differently abled, it's better you use the term differently abled. So I think these things can be taken up by you, and you can take up various vulnerable sections and discuss the same. Now, in terms of diversity, now health and education has already been covered because we have covered it multiple times with respect to elderly, with respect to children, with respect to overall, say, economic standards of the society. So these aspects have been covered. So one another aspect that is left is diversity, which is important because this is again there have been questions asked in the past, and questions can be asked in the future. Now, with respect to our diversity, the diversity that yesterday that we were talking about, diversity in religion, diversity in languages, diversity in caste, etc. Now this diversity is definitely getting impacted. So one idea is homogenization. So what happens with globalization is that we move more towards similar cultural practices. For example, the clothes that we wear, the language that we speak. Apart from this, you talk about our ideas. The ideas also start getting similar because of globalization. The cultural diversity that we have becomes uniform. So one idea is that because of this globalization, there has been homogenization of our cultural diversity. So if we talk about languages, various dialects that are dying down because of the influence of these major languages. Similarly, you can talk about the diversity in terms of religion. On one side, the diversity is increasing, but also the diversity is going down as well. Then also, if we talk about the other aspect of diversity is that with example on Delhi Heart, etc., with example of acculturation, you see that they have found our diversity has found an international market, an international recognition for that matter. You talk about international dance festival. Now, international dance festival, which was done a couple of years ago in India, in Andhra Pradesh. So you find that a lot of representatives of different dance forms across the globe come here, which adds to diversity because yes, there'll be people who would appreciate a particular dance form and would want to learn it and then proliferate across the country, then teach other people, which will find a new popularity. That's also, you find that various traditional dance forms of India that were not very popular of late are finding new popularity because there'll be people coming from outside who would want to learn and appreciate those practices. Also, there has been apart from homogenization, there has been globalization. That will come to in a minute. But before that, you see that when you talk about diversity, one is diversity is getting less and less. There has been a decrease in diversity. Another idea is increase in diversity. So we have to look into both. And then there is this homogenization or making of our culture, the uniformity in our culture that is happening. Also, if you see that there has been backlash with respect to this, the images that you have here show what? Show backlash against this cultural homogenization, against this exchanging of cultural ideas with the West or with the world. So talk about various cultural practices. that are coming back because of globalization. Can you give an example of a cultural practice, of a part of Indian tradition and culture, which is getting into limelight again because of globalization? So yoga has already been mentioned, dance has already been mentioned, dance forms have already been mentioned. Then handicrafts can be one. Diwali in White House, good example. Then you can talk about various food items or cuisines from India. Marital art. Oh, okay. So I think you want to write martial arts. For example, Kalari because of because of Bollywood, for that matter, getting popularized across the globe. ISKCON temple, great ISKCON temple in various countries. Then one of our practices of Ayurveda with respect to health. Then Indian movies getting screened abroad. They also portray a lot of our cultural practices. Celebration of Holi in other countries. Great. Now, okay. But apart from this, you'll find that not just our ideas or our culture is getting internationalized. The way we were talking about internationalization of currency, we will talk about internationalization of culture. Our culture finds importance across the globe. Our culture becomes international. Similarly, there is another idea of globalization. The Indian diaspora abroad, yes, Hindu religion spreading in Russia, the clothes that we wear, etc. Now, this another idea of globalization, because if you remember, we were talking about four types of impacts, four levels of impact of any social change on society. So, one is backlash that you can talk about in terms of homogenizing force that globalization is. There is a backlash against globalization. Similarly, you see the idea of acceptance. Now we accept. Now we are more tolerant towards other practices, other cultures. Then there is this idea of getting completely overwhelmed, not celebrating our festivals, wearing only Western clothes. And that's where they say that rather than globalization, it should be looked looked at as westernization. And rather than westernization, you can use the term Americanization, because globalization that we understand is people speaking English, but you see that globally you have many languages, but the exposure that we get to is that of only English. There are various cultures across the globe, but again most of our influence is from American culture, so you can call it Americanization as well. And the final, so force levels, one can be seen in terms of homogenization, that is getting overwhelmed by it. Second can be seen in terms of backlash. The third is coexistence. And now finally you talk about globalization, because that is your fourth level of impact, wherein you were saying that there'll be a mixing of traits of both the cultures. Also, when we talk about spelling, so the American way of spelling it is different and the English way of spelling it is different. So all you can do is you can stick to the same spelling that you use elsewhere. So the idea of globalization that we have to talk about is basically a mixing of cultural traits of different cultures. So globalization is made with two words. One is globalization and the other one is localization. So mixing of the global and local. Take example of this, of a Mexican aloo tikki burger. Now burger being continental, the idea itself being continental, in which you add aloo tikki, which is primarily Indian, and then you add something called tandoori mayo sauce. Then you add jalapenos, which are primarily jalapenos and tomato slices, which are generally related to Mexican food. Right? These are the predominant ingredients in Mexican food. God knows who's eating this, but yes, this is an example of globalization, that you find different traits mixing in these cultures. Similarly, you can talk about globalization in terms of use of the language English, in wearing of Indo-Western suits. You can talk about then international manufacturers of cars, international manufacturers of cars making right hand side drive cars in India, because generally they are left hand drive there. So these can be various ideas with which you see you can talk about the mixing of, or the say mixing or mixing of these cultural traits of various societies or various cultures. So this is the idea of globalization. Now, another question that you might ask is, before coming to other things, another question that you might ask is whether it is positive, whether it is negative, whether globalization is good or bad, whether homogenization, what is the problem with homogenization if everyone speaks one language? Because across the country, if everyone is speaking one language, where is the problem? It is better now that we can talk to, we can conveniently talk to our South Indian brothers. We can talk to our, say, people from rural areas as well, because of universalization of language. So you can say that it is positive. So one thing that we have to do is, rather than taking an outright stand, what we have to do is we talk about both the dimensions. So one can be positive, which can be a positive sort of cultural impact of globalization, and the other can be negative. Now, talking about that, you see that because of globalization, there have been a lot of issues with our society. Now, in our society, you can talk about drug abuse, human trafficking, fake news, intellectual consumerism, that will come to. We can talk about these problems that come up because of globalization. At the same time, you talk about betterment in health, getting experience of newer cultures, getting experience of getting experience of, say, this getting creating new cultures with this intermingling. Also, we have seen that in form of backlash to globalization, in form of backlash to globalization, you see that a lot of our cultures are getting revived. So you can look at this cultural impact of globalization in both ways. So we have discussed everything together. What I expect you to do is, apart from the notes that you have made, do one thing, that write positive and negative impacts of globalization all in one place. So while revising, you'll talk about economic, you'll see the economic dimension, political dimension, cultural dimension, impact on family, etc. You'll see everything. Then do one thing, take them up one by one and write all the negatives in one place and positives in one place, so that you have, if there is a direct question, you'll have everything in one place with examples, rather than, because otherwise you would have to sit and think. So it's better you do that exercise, because at times they have asked with respect to particular your particular sections of society, but again they can ask a general question. Then let's talk about human trafficking. Because of globalization, trafficking has become easier. The if you talk about prostitution, for that matter, that is also there. Now, human trafficking has other problems as well, that we'll see. Then you talk about drug abuse. Now, because the boundaries are getting porous, now we are getting deterritorialized, that the territories don't matter, the borders do not matter. There is influence of Western culture, because of this you find drug abuse. Now these drugs can travel from all the way from the United States to India easily. Then also you talk about cybercrime, the problem of cybercrime, that is coming up that we have already discussed, but you think about this in terms of society as well. Cybercrime and women, how women get impacted. Cybercrime and elderly, because elderly who are staying alone, they do not know how to say manage their financials using the internet, they fall prey to this. Also, when we talk about elderly, we also talk about their safety as well. So elderly more and more become vulnerable to theft and other kind of attacks. Then the idea of fake news, then the problem with fake news. Now, because of this speed, because speed has shown its positive, because of because of this information communication technology, the speed has increased, which is better. Now things can reach faster to you, but not just positives, even negatives can travel faster. Fake news, something you post on Facebook which has no basis in facts, can travel all the way to can be say spread throughout the country within a few minutes. So when we talk about speed, it is not just the positives but negatives as well. Then if we talk about intellectual consumerism, now consumerism, as already discussed, is understood. I think we discussed it with the economy. So consumerism can be understood with this idea of new styles and fashions coming up. The idea of consuming more and more, right? So what happens now is the styles get changed every now and then. Every week there's a new style coming up. Every week there is a new smartphone coming up in the market, and now we are used to that because of availability of so many choices, because of the value system going down, and we say feeling this idea of individualism, one, that we do not care what happens to others, we do not care what happens to family, and caring primarily about oneself. Also this emptiness, this shallowness that the westernization has brought about, that all we think about is material goods. Then also you see that this leads to habit of consumerism, because you find these memes generally in circulating, that uh, there is particularly, generally it is directed towards women, that there is a woman who had a fight at home, she's not feeling good, and all she does is goes out for shopping or opens Amazon, right? There are memes like that. So again, there is it is like stereotyping women. But again, you see, the idea is, you think about this with the idea of consumerism. So we are now in a habit of consuming more and more. Now with this consumerism, apart from how detrimental it is to our environment, etc., it is bringing about other changes as well. So it change in values. Also, if you talk about intellectual consumerism, what happens is, now we are in a habit of consuming more and more, not just in terms of products and services, but in terms of knowledge as well. So go on scrolling on YouTube, you go on scrolling on Instagram, and then there are few who go on reading the books. Those are very few. Those are in minority, and I think we should save our minorities. But yes, then this idea of intellectual consumerism, this idea of consuming more and more knowledge, that is also bringing about change, because it can be directly linked to various issues like stress, hypertension, the feeling of loneliness, etc. So consumerism, one, with respect to product and services. Another consumerism is intellectual consumerism, wherein we consume ideas, because now, rather than say consumers, we are the we are actually the agents of marketing, right? We are the agents of marketing for companies, because they will show us an idea, will absorb it, and will buy the same product, for that matter. So these are a few impacts of globalization that you can see. Apart from this, there is another idea that you have to talk about, is that of neo-localism. You understand it in the simplest term as the tourism that happens, in which wherein they'll say that will make you experience rural India. You have these camps, etc., in Rajasthan, in Jaisalmer, that experience the way of the desert, right? Similarly, you find these cultural experiences, generally, you'll find this with respect to tourism, wherein, with respect to your cultural practices, those cultural practices are being internationalized, being marketed to invite, uh, to get tourism and ultimately benefit economically. So not just that, you can talk about the idea of yoga as well. You experience the culture of yoga. So you go to Uttarakhand, you'll find that there are many such resorts who talk about the same. So the idea basically is, now I think you have understood what is it. The idea is that because of the influence of globalization, the local industries were changing. The local industries were on a decline. Now these local industries, because previously our economies were dependent on local industries, local services, then because of globalization, because of new companies coming in, things were changing. Now what they have done is to revive these economies, to revive these cultures. They've started marketing it internationally, that you see in terms of tourism as well. So you are giving examples of meditation camps, living in a palace for a tour, etc. So this is the idea of neo-localism, that is again followed by globalization. Now these were all the aspects. So what we have done today is, we have talked about what globalization is, meaning of globalization, various features and elements of globalization. Then we started straight away with the impacts of globalization. And in impacts, what we did was, we looked at its impact on various social institutions. Please forgive my handwriting. And then we talked about its impact on various social groups, that is in the form of vulnerable sections, SCs, STs, women. Because women, do not worry, women will take up separately as a chapter, and therein we'll talk about the change in role of women, because it has to be dealt in a greater detail. Basics you can understand, you'll be in a position to write, but we'll look at it in a greater detail with respect to our chapter on role of women. Then we categorized it into various dimensions, that is economic, political, environmental, and socio-cultural. So what we have done is, we took specific groups, we took specific institutions, we looked at its impact on these. But what we have also done is, we have looked into various dimensions, and now it will be very easy for us, provided you sit and revise, it'll be very easy for you to target any kind of questions that come with respect to globalization. So globalization, which was more about the conceptual framework, because yes, if you need any examples, any facts, that will be there, that you can find easily. But the conceptual framework has to be clear. And you always remember, because that's something I'm repeating from the first class, you always remember, whenever you have to look at change, because change is something which is very important for this subject. So whenever you have to look at change, you look at change on various aspects of life, various features of those social institutions. So, okay, you're talking about tribals. What points you can include? Do one thing, you do this exercise, that take up tribals, what are the various dimensions of their life, and then see what has changed. You try doing it yourself once, else, if you're not able to do it, we'll repeat in the class. Because I think everyone has pretty much understood. You try it once on your own, and you let me know if you're not able to understand. Neo-localism cannot be told as cultural tourism, because it is not just tourism. Tourism is an example of neo-localism. You're asking about obesity. Yes, obesity we have discussed as a lifestyle problem, but I'm not sure in which aspect you're asking, saying. The books that you have to follow is your NCRTs for class 12th. You have two NCRTs in class 12th, Indian Society and Social Development and Change. That is all that you need, apart from the classroom PPTs and discussions. Plus, you have to integrate everything with current affairs. So with this, let's conclude this session for today. We'll meet tomorrow and start with will discuss the questions with respect to globalization and start new theme, that is urbanization. Thank you and have a good day.